Hey, good morning, Emily.
Good morning. How are you?
Doing well. We had crazy night last night. We had tornadoes come through. Um, so it was, I
Oh
spent a
man,
good portion of, yeah, it was kind of crazy. I spent a good portion of the evening in the basement from about 1 o'clock to 3 o'clock in the morning. Uh,
that's scary.
Thankfully, yeah, it was kind of nuts. Thankfully, nothing to, nothing, uh, nothing really developed, I guess, or I think there might have been a couple of tornadoes here and there, kind of in some rural areas. So Emily, I'm going to do a couple screen checks, just make sure I've got everything up and running. If you're here joining us early, you get to kind of see how we're all getting set up. Enjoy the show. All right, let me just take a quick screen share. Okay, can see everything here.
Yep. I see like a white line above. Maybe that's normal. That
Nope,
white.
that's, yeah, typically not there. Good catch. Let me stop sharing for a moment. Let's fix that. Okay, one moment. Start that over. There we go. That's better. I have so many things open on my other desktop. Confusing. How's that look, Emily?
Yep, that's good.
Okay, cool. Before we get started, make sure that's our code for today. I'm pretty sure I wrote that in.
Yeah, 877.
Based on the last webinar, that was great feedback about posting that dashboard early. So I'll kind of announce that we have something along those lines, and we'll post that into the chat, and participants can,
Yeah,
have access to all those things right off the bat.
okay. Great idea.
So, okay, cool. Got the right guest speakers for today. I just want to test a video. And perfect. Can you hear the sound?
No,
Okay.
no sound yet.
Let's fix that. 1 second. Let's try that again. Could just be that my volume was really low. So we're going to just try that again. Right, full screen. How about you, Emily? Did you have a good day yesterday?
I did, yes. Yeah, it was a pretty good day.
Excellent, excellent. I was super stoked the Brewers won again. I'm really excited about that. Okay, on your screen, you should see Purple Plow, My American Farm. We're good there.
Yep, can see that.
Okay, let's try this one more time. Video.
I still don't hear it.
Nothing. Okay. Let me try one more time.
And when you hit share, you shared that, you hit that option in the
Yeah. We're going to try one more time, though, and we'll see this. I kind of get the feeling that some of the storms coming through, I don't know, it's been an odd morning this morning, even as I've gotten going and stuff. So I'm hoping. Let's try this one more time. Okay, so I'll go back. We have Purple Plow, My American Farm, and video.
Yes, I hear it.
There we go.
It is estimated that there will be.
All right, I just had to restart the presentation, so that's okay, not a problem. I'm going to keep sharing my screen to probably see the general Mac stuff on there. And when I go to explain things, I'll use the dashboard. So I wanted that to show up over here. That's not the dashboard. That's not what I want. That's our agenda. Here it is. Okay. All right. So what I'm going to do here is just toggle back and forth so I can quickly go from browser to video, you know, kind of thing, or browser to slide. So let's do that one more time. Put this over here. And we'll just start it from the beginning. Okay. So you have my title slide up?
Yes.
Oh yeah, it's got the about blank stuff up there again.
Yep.
All right, well, I'll make sure that doesn't happen there. Close that. All right.
Okay.
There we go. And that should take that away. And now you see the dashboard.
Yep.
Cool. That's where I'm going to conduct all of just like, there's a couple of just practice things we're going to do today together. And I'll just, I'll go right from that. So then I can go right back to my audience window and that should bring it back to on the farm stem.
Awesome. Yeah. Smooth.
Cool. All right. Excellent. Okay. Well, we're at 9:30. So if we want to get the first Menti up, I don't know. It looks like we have a few folks joining us. We could either do that right away, just at 9:30 and just have it up and going. But I think I believe we are ready to rock and roll. Thank you for all your help, Emily. This has been great to have you guys help out get all the stuff up and running. So thank you, thank you. Oh, you know what? I should probably check my camera real quick too.
Oh, yeah.
I think some of our participants saw me do a quick like tooth check. I was eating blueberries this morning. No worries. Okay, cool. Can you see me? Hello?
I can. You look great.
All right, cool. You know, it's the weirdest thing, like all of my Zoom, this is all I've got here. I'll show you because I think I'm still sharing my screen. Look at this is all I've got right now for my Zoom screen. I think because I'm full screen on the other side. So I can't really tell what's going on other than just the little components that are like popped up on my desktop. So I can never like really tell. Yeah. So I felt like yesterday my wife was like, looks like you're just like talking to to the air. Like, yeah, I know. Oh goodness. Okay. Well, this is going to be great today. I really enjoyed yesterday, so I think today will be good too. It's a little bit more technical today than it was yesterday, just because assessment has a tendency to be more technical. So be prepared to answer some questions. Try out the links in the dashboard because you know, best laid plans, right? Like every now and then, you know, links don't work for whatever reason, or you know, just be prepared to answer some questions about like where things are, and just be on the ready with firing links off in the chat as well.
Okay.
Cool.
Yep.
All right, I'm gonna mute and go off camera, and we will get this show on the road. I'll be back on here in about 10 o'clock.
Okay, sounds good. I'm gonna play some tunes.
Right on.
If you've joined the live stream a bit early, thanks for hopping on in the virtual space. We will be using Mentimeter today, and so if you go to www.menti.com and type in the code, you're able to type in your response here. But we will begin in about 15 minutes. But thanks for joining us. Thank you all for joining us this morning. We're going to hang out for just a few more minutes here in the virtual space, and we will be using Mentimeter today, which is what you see on the screen. So if you could go to the website, www.menti.com, and type in the code here at the top, you can log in and then type your answer in. And the question we have this morning is, what state do you call home? We'd love to see where we have people joining us from. Yeah, and we'll be starting in about 5 minutes. For those who have just joined us, we will be using Mentimeter today, and it looks like we have a wide variety of states across the U.S. We have California all the way to North Carolina. So thanks for joining us, and we're excited to kick things off this morning. And I'll hand it over to Brian.
Great, thank you, Emily. Hello, everyone. Thank you so much for joining us today. We're so happy you could be here today. We're going to talk a little bit about three-dimensional assessment using agricultural tasks. So if you were with us here on Tuesday, today's presentation, today's workshop will be a bit more technical. We'll get a little bit, we'll roll up our sleeves a little bit. We'll have a bit more interactivity, a bit more practice crafting and drafting our own parts of agricultural tasks. Our goal here today will be to build the relevancy of agriculture as a context for science, as well as give you the tools and a little practice designing some of these three-dimensional tasks. We'll try to keep it as interactive as we possibly can. We had over 600 people registered, so we set this up as a webinar, which limits us for interactivity, but we'll try to make sure we have a bunch of things to practice with, some breaks, some posts, some reflections. So with that, we'll get started. A couple of housekeeping items. We will not use the chat feature for questions. So just beware, you can use chat how you see fit if you want to post things to the participants and just have general conversation. But for questions for our guest speakers, when our guest speakers come on, we will use the Q&A feature, which is just a little bit different on webinar as it is on meetings. So I'll go through how that feature works in just a moment. And if you're interested, please follow us on Facebook at Foundation for Ag. As Emily had said earlier, we are using a tool called Mentimeter just for prompting speakers and for allowing time for reflection. If you need to, or if you're worried you can't see the code, there's the code on the screen there. It's as easy as going to menti.com on a separate browser tab or on your smartphone device and putting in the code 877-4044. If you're on a mobile device today, the chat feature and the Q&A feature are going to be on the far right-hand lower corner in the three little bubbles. The chat and QA will show up after you've pressed those three dots, just in case you're wondering where that was. On your desktop, the Q&A feature is just next to the raise hand feature. Again, like I said, we're going to use the Q&A feature for our guest speakers so that when they're presenting and they're sharing their wealth of knowledge, you can post questions into the Q&A and we will monitor that section and we'll have our guest panelists respond to the questions and hopefully give you some information that you're seeking. So we do have a dashboard. We're going to throw that into the chat now. This has all of our links to all the helpful resources we're going to share today. There's a lot of educational resources I intend to share with you today, as well as some things from the American Farm Bureau Foundation for Agriculture. There's another section for our activities. These activities will be our practice as we walk through various parts of today's presentation. So like I said, Lauren's thrown that into the chat. Feel free to bring that up on a browser tab and we can use that as we go along. After the program concludes today, we do have a post-program survey. We really appreciate your feedback, and this is what we will use to confirm the email address to send your certificate for the continuing education credits from Cornell University. So we will likely download all of that, sort it all out on Friday, and start sending those emails early next week. So be on the lookout for those, and we will be sending them to the email you put in the survey. So we will also send that link as a follow-up email. So if you have to drop off or you miss a part of the program, we will make sure that we email the participant list that survey link. And we just appreciate your participation and filling that out. And that will that's how we're going to check and confirm those CEU credits. So we have three really great guest speakers here with us today. We have Cindy Daly from California State University, Chico. She's going to be chatting with us a bit today on regenerative agriculture and how cattle can be a tool for healthy ecosystems. Angela Dwyer is with us today from the Bird Conservancy of the Rockies. As we dig deeper today, we're going to look at how Grazing management can actually enhance the carrying capacity of rangelands and grasslands and pastures. And she's going to share a wealth of knowledge around some of that phenomena. Barb Downey is our producer today. She is a cattle rancher from Kansas. She's going to kind of summarize for us just a little bit of what it looks like from the production lens. How does all of this science fit? And I hope she can make some career connections as well for us so we can share with our students all of the wonderful opportunities that there are in agriculture. So this program is being brought to you by the American Farm Bureau Foundation for Agriculture. Our mission is to build awareness, understanding, and a positive public perception of agriculture through education. On these particular projects, we are looking through, we're approaching science education through the lens of agriculture. And it's a context that we feel very passionate about. The AFBFA team is here today. My name is Brian Byerly. I am a former teacher. I taught for 15 years, starting in the Milwaukee Public School Districts, and then moving to a rural community in southeastern Wisconsin. My family route to agriculture was through forestry. I grew up on a hardwood sawmill and logging operation, and from those experiences, our products would go out to making furniture. They would go out for construction, and kind of cool thing was being close to the Great Lakes. A lot of our rough cut timbers were being used on Great Lakes ships and barges. So as a child growing up, that really instilled in me quite a bit of wonder and curiosity about the natural world, especially on specific jobs where we would be clearing for ecosystem rehabilitation, like oak savannas and things like that. Those were always super interesting to me, and that kind of started my lifelong love of science. We have Emily Robinson with us today. She's our project manager who's kind of been pulling all the strings behind the scenes, getting all the things to the right people. She's doing a great job. Peter Mitchell is our tech support. Lauren Malang is our learning designer. So she's really helped us set up quite a bit of the flow and function of today, as well as Addison Spicer. A couple quick special acknowledgements before we jump into our agenda. Our CEU credits are brought to us from Cornell University, and a couple of our resources today, or our potential resources today, are through partnerships with New York Ag in the Classroom and New York Beef Council, as well as Washington State Beef Commission. So I want to point out that all of this program is made possible by the National Beef Checkoff. It has been a great partnership for the foundation. They have given us many opportunities to talk with wonderful producers, ranchers, farmers, scientists all around the country to really just take science where it leads us, to show folks that science through the lens of agriculture is a great context from which to approach our science education. So where are we headed today? Today we are going to take a peek at how relevance and equity of agricultural tasks can enhance your classroom. We're going to take a peek at what that means to have equity in assessment. We're going to move then into using agricultural phenomena to design tasks. So we're going to go through a couple of scenarios of which we've identified, and we're going to talk a little bit about them. We have some guest speakers with us today who are going to help us dig deeper into the content, to help us make sense of those phenomena, so that when we start to design from that space, we've got some good information. I think that's a cool thing. I know when I was teaching, if I was teaching my STEM courses, which is what I was a teacher of, I got quite a bit of pedagogy, professional development, but rarely did I have a chance to hear from and ask questions to, folks in the engineering field. So I think this is kind of a cool opportunity to bridge that gap and to bring both of those things together. The last section of our workshop today is going to focus on how do we build questions that engage students with agricultural phenomena. We'll have activities along the way, and the goal here is to introduce you to upcoming resources that the foundation is building, as well as give you the tools and a little practice and the content knowledge to feel comfortable designing your own tasks for your classroom. So without further delay, let's jump in. Let's talk a little bit about relevancy. And while we go through some of this, I'll turn off my camera. There we go. And here we are. So first, I want to talk a little bit about agricultural literacy. What do we mean when we say agriculturally literate? Well, everyone engages with agriculture multiple times a day, whether it is our meals, what we wear, the energy we use, and our collective national understanding or appreciation of science, technology, and innovation are established through science instruction. So we feel deeply about merging these two topics, science education with agricultural literacy. Many of the greatest challenges that are facing our world today have solutions that we feel may come out of agriculture. Scientific and agriculturally literate citizens then will make decisions in the future and must consider all of those trade-offs. So even if we're not connected to agriculture personally, it's important for all of us to have some form of agricultural literacy. All of our materials that we build, we try to connect back to something we call the pillars of agricultural literacy. These pillars are a set of basic understandings about where our food, fiber, and fuel come from. The pillars of agriculture offer a framework for lifelong learning, and the goal is to build a strong foundational understanding between the relationship of agriculture and the environment, food, fiber, energy, animals, lifestyle, the economy, I mean, you name it, technology, agriculture crosses our lives almost constantly. And so we seek to cultivate that awareness in any person, no matter their age, no matter their experience. So as we build this case for relevancy, I want you to consider for a moment the Sustainable Development Goals for the United Nations. These are a set of 17 goals set forth by many major nations to have a more prosperous and peaceful world by 2030. Many of the greatest challenges that are currently facing our world, as I said earlier, have solutions that are going to come from agriculture. And so here we can start to frame up this idea of relevancy. We have this concept that agriculture is something more than just the food we put on our plates. It's something more than the farm field just down the road. And when we frame this from an educational lens, and we think about the aspirational parts of this, how do we feed a growing world without destroying the environment? How do we ensure that we have zero hunger by 2030? Those are aspirational problems and challenges to face. And those are really great ways to bring students in and connect to something bigger. It's also a very practical context in that the science, engineering, and technology used in production of our food, our fiber, those all provide opportunities for our students to deepen their understanding of science through the content that they will connect with almost daily, whether it's the clothes they're wearing, the gasoline they put in their car, the food they're eating. It is a relatable context. And when you have aspirational and practical combined, you get empowered learning. And that's what we hope to show people, that agriculture is a wonderful way to empower our students. So from an assessment lens, we feel that supporting all learners, and particularly those who have traditionally been left out of science, means that our assessments must reveal student thinking from a wide range of students. And to do so, our assessment tasks need to be compelling to the students engaging in those assessments. And so this means assessment needs to be built around relevant and engaging phenomena and problems, which we feel agriculture has a number of, attend to the specific ideas, cultural and linguistic backgrounds and experiences of students, and value these funds of knowledge as assets to be leveraged rather than barriers to be broken. If students are not motivated to engage in a task, they are not going to demonstrate their best thinking. This creates flawed feedback loops that can prevent educators from supporting all student learning. So our tasks that we provide students with, number one, should have choices about how to engage and what ideas to bring to the table. Number two, opportunities to actively monitor their own progress. And three, authentically apply their understanding of science and engineering, as well as core ideas and cross-cutting concepts, the idea of three-dimensional learning, to figure out something that matters to them. As I had said earlier, when we think about the aspirational parts of agriculture, how do we feed the world? I would argue that most students, maybe even all students, think about or are vaguely aware of food insecurity or how our world continues to grow. And so we feel this is a great context for science. Our foundation, the AFBFA, or American Farm Bureau Foundation, is working on a project to bring forth those science education materials. And coming very soon, we will have several different items that we feel will help move that needle towards science through the lens of agriculture. We're going to jump into some of those today. One of those is called a task library. We're going to jump into what we hope to accomplish in this next year. I'm going to share examples from the field. We're going to go through some practice activities. And I want to make sure that you stay connected with the AFBFA as we launch this very helpful resource. So let's talk a little bit about meaningful assessments and what they should look like. On the left, you see a less like and a more like. I like to do comparisons of this nature. It just helps me frame up kind of what I'm thinking or trying to explain. I like to have these comparisons. So educators should ensure that assessments are fair and equitable to all their students in their classroom, paying close attention, as I said before, to those students who traditionally may not see science as a space in which they are important contributors. In the classroom, assessments can be tailored to the specific interests, backgrounds, ideas, and needs of a particular class of students. For example, using a local community-based phenomenon would do just that, providing options for students to make their thinking visible through drawings, through discourse, conversation, questions. Educators can also leverage student experiences, cultural backgrounds, when interpreting student responses and providing feedback. So on the left, we look at this and say, okay, an assessment should be less like a generic task with no authentic purpose. Oftentimes we kind of do that. We'll put a test out in front of a student and there really isn't any connection to it. There's no reason for the student to engage or to, quite frankly, care about it, right? And I would argue that even just good grades alone, right? If we use that old kind of like standard of putting an A on something, that might be really, it might be motivating for some students, but it is certainly not motivating for all students. So what we want them to look more like is something authentic, something cultivated through a common learning experience. And we call those very often phenomena, something that students can grapple with. But in order to accomplish this, in order for us to start from that place of relevancy, we have to think deeply about our students. We have to consider their background. How do they interact with agriculture? For our first activity today, we're going to do just that. We are going to brainstorm on a Freyer model. If you're not familiar with a Freyer model, it looks like this. We're going to use this Freyer model to brainstorm about our students' connections to agriculture. So if you look on the right on this chart, you'll see how cooking, meals, or food security affect my students' ideas about agriculture, how geography, economics, or other ideas, culture, religion. Think deeply about the students you serve, or the folks that you work with if you're a non-traditional educator. How does their life connect with agriculture? And write down a few examples as you go along in this space. Once you've written a few sentences to describe the connections to those areas, go ahead and on the bottom, I've linked a Jamboard frame to each copy. To access this, I'm just going to walk through this very quickly. On the dashboard, follow down to the activities. And if you were born between January, February, or March, if that was your birth month, this would be your first link, this first chip that I'm showing right here. When you click on this, it will bring up a little tile, and then you can click on the link. That will bring you here. It's going to ask you to make a copy. Go ahead and do so. And it's going to bring up this slideshow. So just make sure, change that. Okay. And in your copy, you should be able to access this and walk through. The directions are listed here again. An example is listed here. So here are some examples. Notice that some examples can cross over into multiple categories. As you look at these, think about how your students interact with the agriculture in your specific area. As you saw, we have people from all over the country. On the very last page is where you can post those. And here's the last part. There are 2 Jamboard frames that I'll go through and share from our collective responses. Click on that link and it will take you to this shared space. Now, you can also access the Jamboards, the same ones that are linked in these links, here in the activities section of the dashboard. Again, we're looking for, just to keep traffic flowing, those who are born between January and June would click on the first link, and those between July and December would click on the second. I'm going to go on mute and give you some time to reflect. Think about your students and the relevancy that agriculture might have for them. And we will come back. I'm just going to check my time real quick. We will come back at about 10:30. So we'll take about 10 minutes for some reflection time. This is alone zone thinking. So I'll go on mute, give you about 10 minutes, and I'll see you back at 10:30. All right. Thank you so much. So we're going to take a look at just kind of as a whole group, kind of where do our students come to agriculture from their own lens. So we're going to take a little peek at our Jamboards here and just kind of see. So as we look through here, we've got some really great example. I think this is one as well to think about. Many kids do think that food is always available. And sometimes it's kind of shocking to point out that some folks here in America even experience food deserts. Those types of contexts are things to be mindful of, because maybe some of our students are facing some of those challenges, right? I'm just loving what I'm seeing popping up here on these pages. So if you get a chance, peek through here and just see how various all of our students experience agriculture. So as we set up our assessment tasks with this lens, we can be mindful of how our students experience these types of events and things in agriculture. I think one thing often overlooked is thinking about how culture and religion and tradition might affect someone's perception of agriculture. Understanding that some products, say, for example, from students who are Jewish might not have experiences or don't eat certain items like pork. So just things to think about, things to be aware of as you design and as we move forward. Thank you so much. I think these are really great reflections, and I look forward to looking through them some more. I want to keep us moving because we're getting right up against our first break, and we've got a little bit to get through here before we jump into Dr. Daly's conversation. So now with this frame in mind, with this idea of equity and this idea of cultural relevance, let's move forward and talk about how we can design tasks using agricultural phenomena and scenarios. The framework and the Next Generation Science Center, so whether you're a state that has adopted NGSS outright, or you're a state like my home state, Wisconsin, that adopted their own standards, but based on the framework, there's a subtle distinction there. All of them have identified that these are the must-haves for three-dimensional assessment. Science assessment tasks designed for NGSS and similar three-dimensional standards can and should come in all different forms. To really help all students develop that proficiency in science, they're going to need feedback from different kinds of assessments, including quick checks during the process of learning, conceptual deep dives, and authentic transfer tasks or performance assessments. And those assessments are designed to tell us how whole classrooms, how schools and districts are progressing. It's a complex system to understand. So we're just at this is assessment 101. And that includes our team here at AFBFA. We're sharing what we've been learning as we've been along on this journey of science education. So with so many different purposes and uses of assessment, it can be tricky to identify what really sets a three-dimensional assessment apart from a traditional assessment. But one big thing that we're going to focus on today are bullet points or check marks, number 1, number 2, and number 3. Those 3 things we're going to dive a little bit deeper into, and we're going to talk about how phenomena or scenarios can push learning forward and provide context for assessment. So we need to start thinking about that less as a hook. So when we think about phenomena, and if you were with us on Tuesday, I went very deep into phenomena, but very briefly, a phenomena is something students grapple with to make sense of. So it's an observable thing that students can then wonder about, and that drives learning forward. We want to provide assessments in that same idea. I'm going to share a national example. This example is from the Stanford NGSS assessment program, and here's their scenario or phenomena. We're going to take a look at this and evaluate it, just take a peek for how it relates to a phenomena and equity. So in this particular example, we start off by looking at an oil spill, and we provide a context for our students. So we have our scenario. It's very nice. It's simple. It's short language to establish this real world meaningful scenario. It has global relevance. The scenario includes text, video, and images of the oil spill that can help support student understanding of the scenario, as well as introduce the experiments students will be considering in the task. So we're going to throw this, if you're following along on the dashboard, there should be a section that's titled SNAP, S-N-A-P, and we'll post some of those links into the chat for you as well if you want to see this exact example. In fact, that whole Stanford library is one that I would highly recommend. Lots of different tasks for you to choose from based on all kinds of performance expectations. So this scenario also explicitly identifies for students an intriguing research question and focuses students on scientific ideas that they'll need to access in order to pursue the task, which is ideas about magnets. So we didn't give anything away. They have a number of prompts to follow. And here we have a really great example. Emily's just posted in the chat the SNAP library. There are a number in there. You can see this task and more from Stanford. So this is kind of a good time for us to talk a little bit about. Coming very soon, we're hoping this school year, the American Farm Bureau Foundation for Agriculture is going to be developing its own task library. One similar to the one just shared, the one from Stanford. We also have another one we're modeling it after from the state of Tennessee, the Tennessee Task Library. We'll post that in the chat as well. It's also on the dashboard. We're going to model our task library in a similar fashion to these two examples. We are going to provide high quality scenarios to focus on agricultural phenomena. We'll integrate 3 dimensions to make sense of those problems. And each task will be designed and evaluated and screened by educators. We anticipate launching this library in the I always get my school year screwed up, 2021-2022 school year. With the funding from the beef checkoff, we'll start with agricultural tasks focused on cattle ranching and grazing and producing. And we'll start to branch that out as we go along and learn more to other areas and commodities and practices within agriculture. So I'm going to fly through a couple of things that we're going to look at today. We're going to talk about steps to designing a 3-dimensional assessment. So we're going to start getting into some more practical points here in just a moment. And we're going to start first by looking at steps 1 and 2 of a document from the STEM teaching tools. It's on your dashboard as well. There will be a number of steps to follow. We're going to look a little bit at step 1 and step 2 briefly, and then we're going to do a deep dive into step 3. So step 1 is to define what you will assess and craft learning claims. And this is going to come from your NGSS performance expectations and the 3 dimensions of science learning. And from there, you can brainstorm possible scenarios and phenomena. Now, admittedly, our team kind of bounces back and forth. It's important to note that these steps aren't always linear. They can be iterative. So we at times will go back and forth between step 2 and step 1. Sometimes the phenomena or the scenario comes first. And then we look at how do we craft a claim, a 3-dimensional claim from that. So here's an example of what I'm talking about. This particular task or performance expectation from the NGSS is for 5th grade. It's develop a model to describe the movement of matter among plants, animals, decomposers, and the environment. The blue, orange, and green sections represent the 3 dimensions of learning: the science engineering practices, often called SEPs, the disciplinary core ideas, or DCIs, and the cross-cutting concepts. From here, we can craft a learning claim. We know that we want to create a model. So our practice is going to be around creating a model to explain something. So from our blue section, it matches our blue text, and we're looking at how are we going to go about doing that. So we want to consider from our disciplinary core ideas as we look at this, what can we get to? What can we put in front of students that will get toward driving this DCI? And one such phenomena or scenario that we have found that we feel is a really great opportunity for that is grazing practices. And so we've partnered with New York Ag in the Classroom, as well as New York Beef. And our first task that we will be releasing by early summer, well, I shouldn't say early summer, I'm sorry, August, that's not early summer at all. We will be releasing in August our first 5th grade agricultural task. And the scenario sets up like this. On the left, you see a pasture land that had been continuously grazed. So over time, you can see that that grassland has become degraded. The banks of the creek are rough, the grass is all trodden, the earth is broken down, we have degraded soil, runoff. And on the right, after several years of managing a grazing management plan, or I'm sorry, yeah, instituting a proper grazing management plan, we've restored that environment. This scenario would allow students to wonder, how could this be? How do we go from our degraded ecosystem here to our kind of flourishing one here? How could adding another organism actually improve that ecosystem, and that organism being cattle? And we lead the students through a number of prompts to get at those DCIs that we earlier talked about. Now, we are going to take a short break here. We're going to come back to these tasks, and we're going to talk about them a bit more deeply. And we're going to take a 5-minute break. So we'll come back at about 10:45-ish, so maybe a little less than 10. And we are going to hear from Dr. Cindy Daly, who's going to talk with us a little bit about how this phenomena plays out in the real world. My hope is that her content knowledge will help you to engage with this scenario as well. And further on in the workshop, we will start to develop questions that will go along with this scenario to drive student learning. So we're going to take a 3-minute break. I apologize, so we can stay on track. So a 3-minute break. We have a reflection on Menti, which I'm told I may have made a misspelling. I apologize. So you'll see some quick writing this morning after some long night last night with tornado warnings and things. So my apologies, but we'll be back at 10:45 to hear from Dr. Daly, and I'll go on mute. Thank you.
Great. Well, as we wrap up this Mentimeter and break, we hope you all were able to share your answer. We can see here that some answers include all of us receiving goods and services related to agriculture. People are connected to food. We're all consumers. And we all have different backgrounds that ultimately tie to agriculture. So thank you so much for sharing those answers in Mentimeter. Now we are honored to hear from Cindy Daly. She is a professor and director at California State University, Chico, and she works in the Center for Regenerative Agriculture. So she'll be sharing about her experience and share about sustainability in agriculture. And we're so excited to have her here today. So you can go ahead and share your screen, Cindy, and thank you so much.
Wonderful. Hope everybody can hear me. Let's see, this will stop other screen sharing, so I'm going to continue. Wonderful. Hey, well, good morning, and thank you so much for the opportunity. As Emily indicated, I'm Cindy Daly. I'm with the Center for Regenerative Agriculture, and livestock and animal grazing and integrating livestock into all sorts of cropping systems is what we're all about. Rangeland is often thought about, you know, in the context that it's an area in the U.S. and globally that holds really significant promise. It's a hotbed for the different ecosystems that are really critical, that drive a lot of our ecological cycles and functioning. Approximately 50% of the total land area on the entire planet is classified as rangeland. So, clearly that's 30% of our global organic carbon storage. So that's pretty significant. And how we manage those rangelands are really critical with respect to all the cycles within the ecological system and of course, soil carbon and soil carbon sequestration. Within the US, 31% of our total land area is considered rangeland. In other words, not suitable for cropping systems, row crop, trees, that type of thing. And it's home to hundreds of species of plants and birds, reptiles, insects. It hosts riparian zones and water recharge. It's just a very critical habitat for us. And livestock are integral in terms of maintaining that ecosystem. In terms of California, it's 22 million hectares within California, basically 40 to 50% of the entire state's land area. So this is significant. It represents a sizable land base, and it needs to be managed. And it needs to be managed for multi-use and for enhancement in our ecological cycles. So it has tremendous potential as a carbon sink. Some would say that it has the potential to remove significant amounts of CO2 and sequester that carbon into the soil, could possibly offset a sizable proportion of our emissions coming from fossil fuels. So, climate change is upon us. It's an important consideration in agriculture. Those of us in the Center for Regenerative Agriculture see regenerative farming practices as the solution to climate and climate change. And there's a whole suite of practices that can be used in any agricultural setting to address the 6 soil health principles. And that's really what grazing and adaptive management is all about. How the animals are managed on that landscape are really critical to the ecological cycles. Here on the left, we have more of an adaptive management approach where the animals are moved onto the landscape at the appropriate intensity for the appropriate time, and then they're pulled off so that the plants can respond and regenerate in that landscape. And you can see just a huge difference between more of an adaptive type approach versus a set stock approach. This would be what a managed grazing system might look like in a California ecosystem. Now, this individual has gotten very aggressive with some permanent fence. Obviously, they're all in on this management strategy, but it doesn't have to be that intense. Many of us are just using single wire electric fencing, and in many cases on very extensive land out here in the West, it's hurting, and using salt and other incentives to move cattle into different portions of the landscape. Now, here is some data that reinforces the importance of kind of creating these paddocks or creating multiple zones throughout the rangeland. You can see in this diagram, there is a significant increase in the overall amount of dry matter that's produced. And ultimately, that's what creates pounds on livestock. We're trying to generate as much dry matter as we can, put that through cattle in their ruminant. They can transform that into some usable protein sources for human consumption, whereas that material would not be used for human consumption. So cattle are a wonderful transforming 4-legged device that converts all that cellulose and lignin into amazing protein-rich, nutrient-dense food for human use. So this diagram shows continuous grazing or set stock grazing, which is really the predominance of the type of management on most of the global landscape on rangelands. And you can see it produces some dry matter, but not as much if we could actually manage those landscapes. So the middle bar represents 4 paddocks. The deep green bar represents 16 paddocks. So we're actually cycling the animals through those paddocks in a methodical sort of way so that we graze and then we allow rest. And when that plant has completely recovered, we can come in again and graze it. And that plant then is allowed to recover. So that's the overall basics behind a managed and grazing system. So it does have the potential to generate a lot of soil organic matter, which is the living portion, the biological portion of our soil. And in that process, that biology then sequesters carbon and stores that carbon in the soil where it belongs. This is one of my heroes. This is Dr. Richard Teague. He happens to be a rangeland ecologist who has really published the lion's share of the adaptive managed grazing papers in the literature today. And the data that he reports is pretty significant with respect to building soil organic matter, that living portion of the soil that sequesters carbon and feeds the rest of the biology, or the livestock in the soil is what we tend to refer that to. What he did is he studied the different impacts of different grazing management strategies on soil organic matter at various depths. And you can see the multi-paddock approach really builds significantly more organic matter in the soil over time. So the data is pretty clear. And if we try to put this in terms of what we can perhaps fully appreciate is that by increasing our soil organic matter even by 1%, that's roughly 0.5% of carbon, soil carbon. That equals 5 tons of carbon per acre, or 12.35 per hectare, depending upon where you're from. So 18.35 metric tons of CO2 per acre. That's a sizable amount of carbon that's being stored in the soil. Certainly provides a huge impact on ecological services in terms of reducing the carbon load in the atmosphere, reducing greenhouse gas emissions, and the impact that it has on weather and our social systems. Every 1% increase in soil organic matter also adds to the water holding capacity of the soil. So we're in a pretty serious drought. Everybody's hard up for water. What this kind of a management strategy would do, it would allow the soils to actually hold more water. So whatever water did fall on that particular landscape would be held in the subsurface for a much longer period of time. Meaning, it does help build resiliency in these rangeland ecosystems. The other beauty of an adaptive system, as I've already shown you, is that it builds dry matter. And in the ranching business, that's what it's about. It's about producing as much dry matter as we can so that we can produce more pounds of beef. This system does allow for that. And in that process, builds the organic matter, the soil carbon. And it does that by building the fungal populations within the soil. And why are fungal species so important? These are an amazing organism that really provides the lion's share of the carbon sequestration capacity of the soil. So we really want to create that kind of habitat where fungal species can predominate because they can sequester a lot more carbon. And in the process, they stabilize our soils. So there is much less soil erosion, less soil degradation. And if you're at all familiar with, where we're at with respect to soil loss and soil degradation, that's an important thing we need to consider as we look at these agricultural landscapes as solutions to some of these ecological issues that we're having. So the soil aggregates, these aggregates within the soil hold together because of the glue that's created by the fungal species. And you can see this is a slake test. This is a great way for us to tell how, it's a bioassay essentially. for the fungal species within a soil profile. The more fungal dominant your soil, the better your aggregate stability and your soils will hold together. In this slake test, this aggregate is holding tight. It's been from a no-till regenerative system that's fungal dominant. This is more from a heavy tillage system that does not have fungal species in it. That aggregate fell apart almost immediately in that water. That's highly erodible. This is not. So that's the kind of soil system we want to create. And the other aspect of AMP grazing that's been pretty well established by Teague and a lot of his colleagues is the fact that it decreases the net soil emissions of CO2, methane, and nitrous oxide. Agriculture has been slated as one of the causes of greenhouse gas emissions. And by changing management, we can actually become a carbon sink. So the outcomes of adaptive grazing management is higher soil water holding capacity, lower temperature so that the bacteria and the soil microbiome can function at a high rate of efficiency. It also improves the organic matter, the carbon, it reduces the emission, and it actually creates a methane sink, which a lot of people had no idea even existed. And the only reason that was not known is because we, in academia, we tend to approach things from a reductionist perspective. But when we actually take a look at the entire system, we can see where there is a total carbon flux going back and forth. And the idea is that we're going to be putting more into the soil than what's emitted. So that is one of the benefits of a managed grazing approach. Overgrazing basically, produces all the opposite effects. And so that's why we always say, it's not the cow, it's the how. It's how those animals are managed that can either make us a success story and a part of the solution or part of the problem. So it is important. So the greater preponderance of the data would support that. Cattle are really wonderful tools to enhance our ecological systems. This representation really shows that net carbon flux. Really holding carbon in the soil for extended periods of time is really not what the carbon cycle is all about. Our problem as of late, the last 100 years, is that we have been emitting more and putting it up into the atmosphere than we've been sequestering and pulling down into the soil profile. So that's what regenerative grazing management is about. It's about creating these wonderful soil aggregates that's rich in soil organic matter. And it just helps the entire ecosystem cycle. And that's what we really want to see. Adaptive grazing is even more beneficial for a landscape when we stack other regenerative type practices together. Adding some multi-species, adding perennial crops, compost applications, all of those kinds of things can be used in a rangeland system in order to really enhance the ecological benefits of these regenerative practices. I always like to show this carbon curve. This happens to be Gabe Brown's soil carbon data over time. It represents his learning curve in this regenerative, sustainable production system. He started out in 93 just adopting no-till out of necessity. He just didn't have any money. So he moved into that no-till system and added additional cover crops and cropping diversity, crop rotations, and he started to see that his soil carbon levels were on the rise. As he got to that 3% soil organic matter, beautiful things started to happen in his operation. He's about 5,000 acres. He has livestock. He has a cropping system. He's into annual crops. He does a lot of winter wheat and other types of things that really had, with time, as he integrated livestock on top of these other regenerative practices, really built his soil carbon significantly. So if Gabe is ever in that position where he could sell carbon credits, look what he's done in his soil in the matter of 20 years. He's gone from 1% soil carbon to well over 6.5%, just by changing the way he manages his landscape. So a recipe for regenerative ranching would look something like this. You optimize your diversity, build in hedgerows to support biological diversity. Those beneficials outweigh the pathogens and the other invasive species. Using no-till where possible to seed in areas where it does make sense, extends the growing season, and it builds soil organic matter. Managing the cattle on the landscape in this adaptive approach optimizes both yield and quality of the grasses going in. So, even if you improve quality by 30%, that's going to represent a much higher rate of gain for your livestock on the same dry matter intake. I hope that makes sense to you. So it's not just about the amount of dry matter we're making, but it's about the quality of that dry matter. It's just like, buying high TDN hay or buying, rice straw. There's huge differences in the nutrient value there. That's what soil organic matter provides to the rancher today. Bale grazing is a new kind of phenomenon. It's old, but it's being applied in new ways to try and address invasives. We've got a lot of Medusa head, star thistle, goat grass. There's a variety of invasives that really need to be controlled. Bale grazing is representing a wonderful way of really trying to address that in a more natural way that builds soil carbon and kind of moves away, from sprays. Not that sprays can't be beneficial and useful. I think, we have a lot of tools in the toolbox that can be used where and when necessary. Livestock have also been used as restoration for riparian areas. And I know that that is a 180 for most people, because when you think about cattle on riparians, everybody gets a little nauseous because they can be detrimental to a riparian zone. But on the other end, managed appropriately, they can be a restoration tool. And I'll point that out in just a little bit. But there's lots of different ways to do this. Obviously, we want to increase soil organic matter for a whole host of reasons. The adaptive management approach also distributes the nutrients throughout the entire landscape. And a lot of Richard Teague's data would show that we have a lot of lazy cows that tend to hang out in the riparian if that's what they're allowed to do. So by managing their grazing, we're moving them out to all areas, all sectors of the ranch, and that's where those nutrients are being deposited. We see manure and urine as a valuable asset. That valuable asset inoculates the soil with a plethora of biological organisms that can then inhabit the soil profile and build that soil organic matter. So we want to optimize that nutrient that's coming from our cows. It's like gold. It's liquid gold. So we do want to transform this pasture into some pretty high quality material. We think that targeted livestock grazing can actually be a prescription for very, very healthy rangeland ecosystems. As I stated earlier in the presentation, these rangelands are home to thousands of species, and cattle provide that ecological open space for a lot of these species to thrive. Cattle grazing also can be a very valuable tool to reduce fuel loads. The pounds of fuel removed per acre by cattle within these different zones throughout California have been instrumental in terms of controlling a lot of these mega fires. I mean, we don't have just rangeland fires anymore. We have mega fires. So we can then use cattle to reduce the fuel loads to help address some of these problems. I think we really need to reassess how we manage our forest lands, because forests are a great place to use livestock to remove the understory. Right now, that understory is going up in smoke, literally. It could have been put through cattle, and that material then converted into protein, usable protein for human consumption. So there's huge potential here for livestock in ecological systems management. Grazing land also provides very valuable habitat for endangered species. On my ranch, I've got vernal pools. So we have got critical habitat for fairy shrimp, which we've got locked into a mitigation type arrangement so that And cattle maintain that ecosystem. That's been very well published, that without cattle grazing on those clay flats, the thatch would overgrow and it would ruin that vernal pool, that seasonal wetland habitat. So a lot of these endangered species really owe their habitat and their existence to livestock grazing. Now, riparian restoration is kind of a sensitive area because we're worried about water quality, and anytime a cow might defecate into a stream really raises eyebrows. So we need to move away from that old thinking and move into the new thinking of livestock as a tool for restoration management. These are before and after photos of adaptive type grazing management that has been instituted on these rather damaged riparians. And you can see that through wise use and implementation of cattle, we can really restore these ecosystems. There are situations where you can actually feed cattle perennial seed. That seed gets inoculated in the rumen, and then it comes through in a manure pat, which is a rich medium for those perennials then to take off if you provide the perennial with the right kind of ecosystem to thrive. So there's lots of creative ways to use livestock in these systems. And let's not forget about our beautiful viewscapes. Going up and down Northern California major highways, you can see that rangeland is open space that we get to enjoy every day. And you owe that to a cattle rancher. Yeah, that's livestock that provides that beautiful open space. There's a great paper that has been produced by UC Cooperative Extension and my colleagues there. I left the citation here, and it really is a user-friendly kind of a periodical that I'm hoping that you can integrate into your classrooms quite easily. It's Understanding Working Rangelands: The Benefits of Grazing, Livestock Grazing, a conservation tool on California's annual grasslands. Look that one up. You can download it for free. It's amazing. I also have some additional resources for you, and that is on our website for the Center for Regenerative Agriculture and Resilient Systems on the California State University Chico website. We have a very rich library of information on all aspects of regenerative agriculture, but we have a very specific landing page with hundreds of resources available on adaptive grazing and the use of livestock on ecological systems. So dig in there, and I think it will be some very informative and interesting reading for you. So I'm a little short, which just doesn't happen in my world, but I'm very pleased for that. That'll save more time for questions. So I'll turn it back over to you, Brian, Emily. What can I do to finish out the last 5 minutes of my presentation?
Hi, Dr. Daly. This is Lauren. I will go ahead and look at some of the questions in the Q&A and just share a few of those with you to fill your time. So thank you so much. The first question comes from Mindy, and she asks, how is grazing management different during drought periods where the grass is not regenerating as quickly as needed?
That's true. And you will have to be adaptive. And that's kind of the coined word there. That's the key word, adaptive grazing management. Yeah. And clearly this year, was really tough. We didn't get any fall rain. And I have cattle on my property seasonally. And I do adaptive management, and I have for the last 8 years. And the cattle came off this year as well as they have any other year. And yeah, we did. We suffered with poor rainfall. But, some of those rains came at the opportune time, and still by rotating the animals around the property in a managed sort of way, you can actually improve your forage productivity. So we didn't depopulate. We actually ran with as many cattle as we had the year before. In some situations, though, if you're not managing the grazing in that way, you are going to have to depopulate, or you're going to damage the range over time from an overstocking. And that's unfortunately what many producers have had to do because they don't have a system in place in order to, address the reduction in overall productivity. So I think this does help build that resiliency. It builds a longer grazing period because you're building the soil organic matter over time. And that helps feed the plants. You have a longer growing season. So you're a little greener, a little longer into the dry period. And you can actually, with the amount of cover that we leave, you can get cattle on the ground earlier. But, in those situations, it's pretty dry. So we have to add some protein. And we're experimenting also with bale grazing in some scenarios that I think will also be helpful during drought to try and bring in that. Some people are actually taking hay off of, in April, May, when we have peak feed, storing that feed and then using that during the drier periods. So there's lots of management strategies to manage around drought. I think the most popular way to deal with that currently is to depopulate or to cut your numbers, unfortunately.
Great, thank you. The next question comes from Jennifer. How does multi-paddock grazing versus multi-species grazing compare on soil repair and biodiversity?
I don't know that anybody's really done that research to compare, but multi-species grazing, I think, is a beautiful thing if you can do it. Running sheep, goats together with cattle, they graze differently. They'll eat different species, and if you're rotating them around in that same type of management strategy, you can definitely address, your weedy species, your invasives in that way. You just don't give them a choice. So if you're using multi-species, that's kind of like the mecca. Some people just can't get their mind around trying to manage 3 different livestock species at the same time. They do have to be, they do have their own idiosyncrasies. So dealing with that can be a management nightmare, but it's a beautiful thing with respect to the grazing management, because they do eat different things. They will hit that area differently. So I definitely am a big proponent. We do have a couple of landing pages and articles on multi-species grazing. I highly recommend it. And I think it can only be beneficial. I think it'll help you manage your weedy species and your invasives in a much better way than just going with, say, one species at a time.
Wonderful. Thank you. I think we have time for one last question. So we'll ask Katie's question. Is there data comparing native versus non-native grass and grazing feedstuffs?
Native versus non-native. So I guess it all depends on how you define that. We're in an annual grasslands here. So a lot of these are invasives that now we're just managing as our normal flora. And it would be great if we could get back to our perennial grasslands. That does take a lot of work. I know that there are some folks that are very successful in making that happen. I have been using adaptive management here on this property for 8 years, and I am seeing a variety of different perennials starting to come back. And this is after 30 years of not seeing anything. That seed bank is there. You change the management and they come. So right now it's purple needlegrass. We're kind of hoping that we do see other species. They don't compete well with these annuals, so that is a bit of a problem. But managing the grazing in this adaptive approach tends to provide an opportunity for the perennials to take hold again and come back. Why do we love perennials? We love perennials because they are so deep rooted. They really stabilize soil. They provide a lot more habitat for the microorganisms. There's 1 million more miles of root infrastructure on perennials than on our annual species. And what does that mean? More root exudates to feed more biology. And let's face it, we need to be fungal farmers. We need to be ranching our properties for the fungal species, because that's our key to drought tolerance, to forage productivity. It's really kind of the key to where we need to be.
Great. Well, thank you so much, Dr. Daly. This was really insightful, and we just really appreciate you taking time to share your expertise on this subject. So thank you again. And with that, if there were some questions that weren't answered, I'm not sure if Dr. Daly is able to stick around and type some answers out, but we'll make sure to try and answer those questions at some point for you all. And we will now switch over to Mentimeter and have a little bit of a break. So thank you again.
All right, thank you very much. That was a wonderful presentation. Hope you all found value in that. I just wanted to leave this slide up for just a moment. As I said earlier, this will be the backbone, the scenario for our first task in our task library. And I think Dr. Daly really helped us get a better understanding of just the type of knowledge that students would have to address in order to make sense of this phenomena. How after years of proper grazing management, we start to see improvement in this ecosystem. When you look at the 5th grade standards, and this might be, I hope it's not too blurry, but when we look at the standards and we dive deeper into the disciplinary core ideas, reflect for a moment just on how much Dr. Daly shared about this first and second, really, animals and microbes as in the soil. That content is what we want to set up for our students to start making sense of in a way that they can take ownership of that. So by putting a scenario in front of them where they need to start asking those questions and start putting their thoughts out on how they can make sense of that, we engage our students in using all three dimensions of science learning in order to arrive at this performance expectation of developing that model. As we drive forward on that particular task, we have several prompts that will drive students toward that. And as I said before, this is kind of a coming soon opportunity here. Check back in, but we will definitely email everyone that's on this list when that is ready for public viewing. A quick note, all of our materials that we produce for our Science Through the Lens of Agriculture are Creative Commons 4.0 licensed. So they are free for you to use and adapt as you see fit and to make your own for your students. And remembering back to our relevancy conversation, there are ways that you may take that and adapt it. So we're big believers in open education resources, and those will be available soon. Later in the presentation or the workshop, we're actually going to be working together. I'm going to tap into some crowdsourcing, and we're going to jump into some parts of how do we set up and generate questions that then become the prompts for those tasks. So we're starting here with this focus on phenomenon scenario. And as we move toward about 1 o'clock or so, after we've listened and gotten quite a bit of context and we know what we're focusing on for scenarios and phenomena, we're going to jump into a little bit of an activity for creating questions that our students can grapple with that will apply science and engineering practices in service of making sense of these. So I wanted to introduce you to two other examples. This is just a short little section before we do take a little bit of a break. One thing I heard loud and clear from Tuesday was a little bit longer break in the middle of the presentation for lunch. And I think that's a great idea. So we built that into today, but I wanted to introduce you to two other phenomena scenarios that we've laid out that we'll dive into. This next one is about something that Dr. Daly did touch upon, which is reducing invasive species. So when we look at the data supports that we can reduce those native species through grazing. Now, imagine if you're a student, you would have to really get into interactions and dynamics and ecosystems. You'd have to look at animal behavior and how that affects plant behavior. And those, you can see the sophistication now going from kind of this broad understanding of there's this big ecosystem where there are multiple interactions to now narrowing into these very specifics. So we feel this is a great middle school, approachable middle school DCI example. And we'll be digging into that one a bit later as we generate questions. And the next one is to set up Angela Dwyer. We've identified a high school example. This gets a little bit even more sophisticated as we start to look at very specifically this phenomena of more songbirds are found in pastures where cows graze versus an undisturbed pasture with no cows. So you can kind of sense the theme of these first three tasks for our library. We decided to stay within that same life sciences, and we're going to pull that through from elementary to middle to high school. And if you study those DCIs, you can just see exactly how much more complex we start to build our thinking. We build a progression of learning from the larger idea that ecosystems even have interactions and dynamics to now let's get down to specific living, non-living things, the limits of those things, and the carrying capacity of those ecosystems. So in our next presentation, which will be after a little bit longer break, we're going to take a break from, and this is all Eastern time, I apologize, I keep forgetting that we're kind of all over the country, which is really cool. We're going to take a break from 11:25 or 11:26 until 11:55, so 5 to noon Central Time. So kind of you'll have to do your own math for where you're at. But these will be the three phenomena that we're going to dig into in the latter part of our workshop today. The elementary version of restoring habitat, the middle school reducing invasive species, and the high school addressing biodiversity carrying capacity, specifically in reference to songbirds. So enjoy your lunch. We have another Mentimeter Emily's queuing up some great music. And we will see you back here at 11:55 Central. Thank you.
Well, I hope everyone enjoyed their break. And we will be picking back up here momentarily with a presentation from Angela Dwyer. But first, we'll review some of the Mentimeter questions. So how might you use the information shared thus far in your classroom or with your colleagues? Some of you said using it as an authentic assessment in an environmental science class, discussing sustainable agriculture, making connections with ecology and the carbon cycle, and lots of other really awesome answers. So thank you all for sharing in Mentimeter. Next, we're excited to hear from Angela Dwyer. She's a habitat coordinator at the Bird Conservancy of the Rockies, and she'll be talking a lot about conservation and the science in that and how it connects to agriculture and other things. So we're so excited to hear from her today. And with that, take it away, Angela.
Great. Thanks, Lauren. All right, I'm going to share my screen. And then just let me know if you have trouble hearing me. Otherwise, I'm just going to keep going. Okay. All right, so thank you all for your time today. I'm a habitat coordinator with Bird Conservancy of the Rockies, and I work at the intersection of grassland bird and private lands conservation. So I'm really happy to be here to speak about grassland birds and rangeland management. And Cindy really set the stage well for the introduction to adaptive management and using cattle as tools for ecosystem services. So I'm going to expand upon that. So I'm going to break up my talk into 3 sections. First, a little about bird conservation and what we do at Bird Conservancy. And then somewhat update on the state of grassland birds currently. And then finally, I'll use an example of a study that I'm working on to demonstrate achieving both private land and grassland bird conservation using what we call collaborative adaptive rangeland management, or what I'll refer to as CARM. So first, I thought I'd start with a little about myself as it relates to my role now. I will say that this version of myself is what I thought wildlife conservation was all about and what I thought I'd be doing all the time, just playing with animals. I certainly didn't expect it to include mostly this, talking to people, going to meetings, working through challenges with colleagues, more so than anything else. And certainly not this, doing public events. However, I have learned that not only do I enjoy these events, they are vital for bird conservation. It's the collaboration and human connections that are what are particularly important, especially when various groups come together who may not share the same objectives, but the end goal might be the same. So bird conservation might be our objective, but the end goal is conservation of the landscape and maintaining grassland ecosystems as much as we can. So we are a nonprofit conservation organization, and we focus our work on conserving birds and their habitats. We do this through an integrated approach of science, education, and land stewardship. I am part of our stewardship team, so I'm coming from that perspective, although I have a wildlife biology background. So I'm pretty excited that I can integrate those two things. We work across the Great Plains and the Intermountain West of the Rockies. And then we focus a lot of our work in the winter in Mexico, where most of our grassland birds that breed in North America and the northern part of the US and Canada spend their time in winter, and where survival is actually quite low on the wintering grounds. So we're working to study and understand those factors as well. So one component of how we work toward bird conservation is through our private lands wildlife biologists. These are a network of folks who work at local communities. They're based in those communities, and they're all based in USDA Natural Resource Conservation Service field offices. So they assist landowners one-on-one with practices to benefit wildlife and their livelihoods on their farms and ranches through technical or financial assistance from the USDA. One of our main goals really overall is to work toward creating functional and sustainable grasslands such that farming and ranching operations are supporting these healthy grasslands for native grass and forb species, for the grassland birds and other wildlife that are so dependent upon these systems. So something like what you're seeing here is really what we could see on the landscape. So now I want to talk a little bit about the state of our birds. Back in 2019, a study was published in Science showing that we've lost nearly 3 billion birds since 1970. And you can visit this website to learn more, 3billionbirds.org. There are some really great resources of how people in everyday lives can make small changes to help birds. So if we break this study down by bird guild, you can see at the bottom in the red box, grassland birds are in the steepest decline at over half of all grassland birds lost since 1970. So if you think about the millions of years of evolution for these species to exist and thrive, and in just 50 years, half of them are gone, that is quite daunting and devastating. And we actually use and think about birds as indicators of ecosystem health and the environment. Meaning, when we are losing species from an area, it begs the question, why? And then we can explore those possible whys. And we often learn there are more drastic things going on that can also affect us. One thing to point out here is you'll notice every guild is declining, but if you look at the top for wetland species, they are increasing. And this is largely due to huge efforts to conserve and manage waterfowl and improve and create habitat for that group. So we have evidence that those efforts do work. So the black outline is what we're calling the Great Plains ecoregion here, which includes shortgrass, mixed grass, and tall grass prairie types. So the left graph is what's occurring during the breeding season. So that shows the density of species using that region about April through July when they're on nest. And you can see that they spend a great deal of time at the northern edge of that boundary. The cluster of species is there, but they do occur throughout the central US during that time frame. And then on the right is during the winter season, and those same species migrate south to southern Texas and Mexico, where most of our grassland birds spend most of their time. And as I mentioned, we are working greatly in Mexico because of that congregation in those areas. And so this map just highlights the different vegetation and land use types. You can see the red is grassland and blue is crop or pasture land, some kind of commodity. And what generally happens is for some species, when fragmentation occurs, cropland interspersed with grassland, it actually can be a detriment. But you can see a little of the red in the northern Great Plains area. So looking at Montana, North Dakota, South Dakota, a little bit of Wyoming, and Nebraska. And so we saw that thicker congregation of species in that area, and there is still a lot of intact grass, and that is our goal. This huge blob in north central Nebraska are the Nebraska sandhills, very sandy soils, not arable for farming, but great rangeland. So there's such an opportunity to keep that intact. So if we talk a little bit about the factors affecting loss of birds, I mean, habitat loss certainly is high on that list, largely with various types of conversion. And often we're seeing more and more conversion in areas that are not actually all that arable for farming. They would be better suited for ranching, but economic drivers can put farmers and ranchers in precarious situations to where they have to do what they have to do to maintain their bottom line. And there's a variety of other factors other than just habitat loss. One thing to note is that many grassland bird species evolved with grazers, such as bison and antelope, elk, before livestock grazing came into the land, and fire as well on the plains. But currently we can use livestock and prescribed fire to mimic those conditions for wildlife. So one thing I wanted to touch on too is that grassland birds are very diverse. And what I mean by that, it's related to their habitat needs. So I thought it would make sense to just define some terms here as we move along. So obligate, meaning really just a species is tied or bound to a specific habitat or food type. So if that habitat is changed or altered or lost in any way, usually they're not going to be able to find alternative habitats. They're not going to be able to breed or create nests in other locations. They will simply potentially become extirpated. And we do see those species are at the most risk. Facultative is that they are capable, but they're not limited or restricted to a certain habitat type. So they possibly could adapt and move a little easier around the landscape to other habitats if their existing one had changed. And then generalists are just what it sounds like. They really can thrive in a variety of habitats and rely on a number of food types. And they're the ones that we generally see more of potentially. They're not as in steep decline, although most birds are in some form of decline right now. So this model is a pretty good, a little simplistic, but generalization of how varying degrees of vegetation type can alter the bird species composition and create diversity. So you can see the extremes on either end and how grazing management actually relates to all of it. If you increase the number of cattle or whatever your animal is on the land, then you can alter the vegetation component and thus alter the bird species that will occur there. It's also, again, important to note that fire and climate are two other factors to consider. And fire can be a driver of habitat change. It really can improve the conditions and remove invasive species such as woody plants that are in an area where they weren't previously and have invaded a prairie. And climate is crucial to consider. That's where the adaptive management and decision-making can come in. You may not want to graze heavier if you're in the middle of a drought, but you may want to graze heavier if it's an extreme wet period and the grass is just constantly growing. So thinking about those things too. Historically and currently, land managers often use this paradigm of managing to the middle, really not wanting to risk leaving too much forage behind and then not wanting to take too much off the land in case of drought. So this notion of take half, leave half. However, that does create a conservation concern for those species that exist on either end of that spectrum, and you might be missing those. Rotational grazing and adaptive management can help address those concerns by land managers and ranchers. You can create the heterogeneity and diversity for grassland birds and for your vegetation community as well through additional fencing, additional paddocks, and rotating those herds around. So I like to show this picture because it clearly indicates a change occurring from the left side of this pasture to the right. But depending on what the angle is, would indicate what that landscape should look like, could look like. So in this case, this is a ranch in Mexico where we work with wintering grassland birds. where survival is an issue. And in this case, we see a lot of tree and shrub dominance on the left. And the land actually looks a bit overgrazed as well. Overgrazed just means there probably are too many cattle at any one time. Where the right is denser, taller grasses, thicker vegetation, almost no shrubs. So if this arrow wasn't here, you might think perhaps the left is the more desirable. I get that answer a lot. And it might be, depending on what your species is you're targeting for. But we're looking to improve habitat specifically for things like grasshopper sparrow, Sprague's pipit, chestnut-colored longspur, species a lot of people have never even heard of, Baird sparrow, but they need something that looks like the pasture on the right. So now I'm going to switch gears a little bit and focus on an example that I'm working on of how we can work towards a paradigm shift. If grassland birds rely on a diversity of habitats, how do we achieve that? Can we achieve that? Can rotational grazing, moving herds around the landscape, be enough to assist with this? So one thing that organizations, agencies, various landowners, land managers, and decision makers are realizing is that collaboration is the key to conservation. Working together where all ideas are heard and explored. So the example I'm going to be talking about is a study in Eastern Colorado using collaborative stakeholder-driven methods to address the complexity of rangeland ecology on the Great Plains. So this group is made up of a number of entities from a variety of backgrounds. That is the key component of true collaboration, inviting all potential stakeholders to the table from the onset. What this study is examining is the collaborative and adaptive nature of rangeland management. And really the temporal component, the longevity, is key to seeing changes on the landscape and then being able to adapt to those changes annually and even within season. So our key question is, can a ranch achieve both economical and ecological viability? Or what are the trade-offs in achieving that? So the idea was to bring researchers, ranchers, conservation advocates, public agency, federal, state representatives together. You'll see on the left, number one, our collaborative team. And we set the goals, we make decisions, we interpret the monitoring data. So the study design itself is looking at two different grazing treatments. A traditional rangeland management where cattle are put on the land and not rotated, not moved, no adaptive decision making at all. Comparing that to pastures where we're utilizing an adaptive rotational grazing. And then again, this is a long-term study, which is crucial to really seeing how things can unfold and being able to implement an iterative process. So this just shows where we are in the landscape that I'm talking about. So north central Colorado, the Central Plains Experimental Range in brown is administered by the USDA Agricultural Research Service. And it is adjacent to the Pawnee National Grasslands, all in the green here, which is under USDA US Forest Service. So this slide is actually a really great visual of the experimental design. So I'll kind of walk you through this. But the entire station is about 16,000 acres, which could be somebody's single ranch out west. There are some very large ranches. Each pasture is divided into 160 acres. So we have our control and our experimental pastures. The experiment, the rotationally adaptive herd is what we're testing. So that is represented by all these cattle on the far left, all grouped together. So we put one big herd in a pasture and then we rotate them around throughout the season. And we decide as stakeholders when they're going to move, what are the triggers that will cause us to want them to move. And we change up this sequence every year. We also rest two pastures as a grass bank, which actually in 2020 we did need to use because it was so dry. And because we had those as grass banks, the cattle did pretty well for the season, gained a proper amount of weight. We didn't have to pull them off the station early. And then the season is May through October. And the control is that no movement. So we have the same stocking rate, but a much less density. So about 20 to 30, depending on the year. head of yearling steers is what we're using per pasture. So they're in the pasture, they don't move, we leave them from May through October. And then in order to really know the response, we have to measure and monitor all variables multiple times a week. So it is very intensive in order to try to attain some of the answers that we're seeking. So here's some of the things that we're measuring. However, I'm just going to focus on the grassland bird response for the sake of this talk. Some of our focal species, we're looking at response by western meadowlark, grasshopper sparrow, lark bunting, thick-billed longspur, mountain plover, and horned lark. And these are very different in terms of their habitat needs. We've got grassland obligates in here, generalists, and even some facultative. We have them all on this station. So can we manage for this diverse group is another question. So I'm really just going to highlight and focus on results from two species that are quite ecologically opposite in terms of what they need. So first we've got the grasshopper sparrow. And what we've learned through several years of bird monitoring is that these birds most often occur on the eastern portion of the station. So that's on the far right, and you'll see these dots are density. So the bigger the circle, the more individuals were observed. And then the colors indicate soil types. So we have 3 different major soil types on this station. Soils are very important that drive the vegetation type, which then lead to which species might occur where. And so grasshopper sparrow, we're finding them on these sandier soils, which they do like more midgrass species, which we are seeing on those sandier soils. So it fits with what we know about the ecology. They're also in steep population decline, but the management component is that they prefer light to no grazing. And so in learning that, we as a stakeholder group have actually changed how we target our grazing management and rotation for this species. We are trying to rest this side of the station, the right side, more, and graze it in shorter timeframes where we can. And then our other opposite is the thick-billed longspur, was renamed, so was the McCowan's longspur this summer. So this is an older graphic. Absolute opposite, short grass specialist, and obligate of this region on one of the most steepest declining grassland birds. And what we've noticed too from years of surveys is that they prefer the loamier soils where we see a lot more of blue grama, buffalo grass, short grass prairie vegetation. And so we thought it could be a situation where if you build it, they will come, but that's not the case. They are not responding if we alter management in other areas. So we are responding to them. We can change, the birds cannot. So we are grazing where they're heaviest, where these blue circles are larger. So we're grazing heavier. We're not resting those pastures because they do not like rested pastures and they prefer heavier grazing. And in some years we are seeing a difference. It just also depends on the climate. So a grad student out of Colorado State University looked at bird response to our grazing treatments. And we are learning that we can actually manage a large ranch for multiple species in the same place. If we know about that, then a producer could actually have a lot of vegetation and grassland bird diversity on the landscape. So I'll just highlight, you'll just notice a big difference with circled in red. Grasshopper sparrow loves this rested pasture. Thick-billed longspur does not. And so we learned that and we are adapting to that. So this is breaking it down a little bit by adding in western meadowlark, which is a generalist. And what you'll see is the probability of it occurring on any treatment type, whether it's our control or the adaptive or a rested pasture, is about the same, which fits with its ecology. It will occur almost everywhere. Horned lark, another shortgrass obligate, and then grasshopper sparrow, comparing those two. Different occurrences depending on soil type. So soils, again, are important. But then also grasshopper sparrow, again, we see a little bit more of an increase in density in rested pastures, but this is just a little bit more fine-tuned and allows us to really look at the nuances of grassland bird management. So with regarding to this study and just in general, honestly, many grassland bird species, they all evolved with grazers. They rely on the disturbance by livestock and depend on that disturbance actually. And grazing can remove dead plant biomass, rejuvenate the soil, control invasive species, provide habitat structure that birds need. And I really like how Cindy put it. It's not the cow, it's the how. I've already shared that with folks on our team because I love that quick line, because how cattle are managed is key. And they can be a great ecological driver. They really can create that heterogeneity and biodiversity by using cattle livestock and potentially in a rotationally or adaptively managed way. Sustainable farming and ranching, conservation easements, they can all coincide with wildlife conservation. That we are seeing that on the landscape. So thank you. That was sort of a really quick and dirty review of what we've noticed so far in that study. I've put up some things that you can explore easily by searching for them. The National Audubon Society has a conservation ranching program where you can actually buy certified bird-friendly beef from producers on the land. There's a number of great resources. Again, that 3 billion birds is a good one too. There's a number of national efforts going on to really address grassland loss tri-nationally in Canada, US, and Mexico. And if there's time, I'll take any questions.
Great. Thank you so much, Angela. That was wonderful. We do have 2 questions in the Q&A, and then we might ask you some more just to hear more from you. So the first question comes from Reed. What are the native grasses?
Yeah, so I mentioned a couple of them, blue grama, buffalo grass. Those are limited in our area. In Colorado and a few states, I live really in the shortgrass prairie ecoregion. So you're not going to find those everywhere. You're going to find them maybe in parts of Oklahoma, New Mexico, Wyoming, probably Western Nebraska. So some of the shortgrass prairie species are limited. There's also things like needle and thread, Western wheatgrass. We have a lot of native perennials. I would say cheatgrass is low, and that's a highly invasive species. So, gosh, I learning my plants, but I'm not an expert on plants. Those are the main ones that I had just mentioned, though.
Thank you. The next question is from Katie. Is there a correlation between the decline of grassland bird populations and the increase in publicly owned lands, and the lack of grazing on these lands? And then she explains that she ranches in Eastern Washington, and that borders DNR land, which has not been grazed in over 30 years, in an effort to preserve 2 species of grouse. Ironically, the grouse flock to our ground to feed off the manure left from our cattle.
That's a great question. We work often with trying to make better connections with private and public land on the landscape. I would say, I think the data shows that the majority of our birds are using private lands. I think the number is roughly 70% of Western land is in some kind of private ownership. And so we also, our science team does annual surveys. They've been doing it for more than a decade during the breeding season. And they're randomized surveys so that they are able to go on private and public land where they have permission. And we are finding that the majority of what we're seeing for grassland birdie communities are occurring on private land. And there is a lot that public land entities can do. And we're really trying to bring everyone to the table in some of the national efforts in order to take things like what we're learning from that CARM study and how can some of the public land national grasslands implement it potentially, or implement what could work for them.
Do birds go through natural population spikes and declines?
Certainly. Some species, this little guy behind me, the lark bunting, is actually quite nomadic. So what might appear to be a population decline could be that they're just occupying a different space and time in that breeding area. So when you work at a site for year after year and you're expecting the same flock of birds to come back to your area. When they don't come back, you do question that, like what's changing, what's going on. Collecting years of data can help you identify a pattern, and that one pattern we've noticed for lark bunting, for example, is that it's cyclic. So we do see them high in some years and very low in others. We see that tied to climate for sure. Before the CARM project started was, I believe that was 2012. And so that was a heavy drought year, and there were hardly any lark buntings on that station. And the following years after, it just shifted from a few to hundreds. And they go up quite a bit. A lot of birds do this. So we're always keeping an eye, and if it's a cyclic pattern that we expect they'll come back, or if they've truly are just extirpated and gone from the area.
Catherine in the chat asked if there's another branch in California or if there's similar organizations across the US that do this work as well.
Sure. Yes, to California. Point Blue Conservation Science is a great organization. They're very similar to us, a nonprofit that works equally at the intersection of science, stewardship, and education. They are based in California, though, so that's a great resource. And they also employ the partner biologist model that I talked about with the private lands wildlife biologists and NRCS offices. And there are a number of a variety of entities that also use a partner biologist model, which is one way of working one-on-one with producers on the landscape. Pheasants Forever, Ducks Unlimited, a number of state agencies as well. And I'm not as familiar with what might be occurring out east. Again, National Audubon Society with their conservation ranching out west is starting to do more of that as well.
Great, thank you. Could you further explain the term extirpated? Like, how would a student understand that term better?
Sure. I mean, I think in a simplistic way, it's just a species that is gone. It might be gone from an area, or it could be extirpated in the sense of it's extinct. I really define it as it's gone from that area. It no longer will return. We haven't seen that. We've seen that with some species in areas that we monitor year after year, where we would see a slow decline, and then eventually that species is not returning to the breeding ground. So I would consider that extirpated as gone from a site, an area, and a habitat, and definitely can lead to extinction.
Great. Well, thank you so much, Angela. I think we reached our time for all the questions, but we really appreciate you bringing your knowledge on this topic and sharing with all of our participants today. So thank you again, and we really appreciate it. Now we're going to switch over to a quick break for Mentimeter questions. So you guys have about 5 minutes to answer this question, and then we will hear from Barb. Great. So let's review some of those Mentimeter questions. What science ideas did Ms. Dwyer share that could be applied to make sense of the interdependent relationships found in pasture ecosystems? Conservancy and educational network, species interactions. The birds rely on the disturbance of the soil grasslands from cattle to get what they need. The overall idea that some species prefer the pasture to be grazed, the grazing creates biodiversity. So thank you all for sharing those wonderful answers. We are now going to hear from Barb Downey, who is a cattle rancher with her Operation Downey Ranch out of Kansas, and she's going to provide the producer perspective for today. So with that, Barb, take it away. Thank you so much for being here.
Yeah, it's great to be here. Let me get my presentation up and I'll get into presentation mode. Good afternoon, everybody. It's super good to be here. I've enjoyed the previous two presentations and they really mesh well with what I'm going to share with you here today. I'm going to try to give you some practical hands-on applications, how you can communicate what I love about science and math through the lens of cattle ranching. I had two key-making science educators in my career. Mr. Thompson was my chemistry teacher in high school. Mr. Koski was my advanced bio teacher, and both of them just absolutely lit a fire for me in terms of explaining the world and what was going on around me and connecting all the dots using science and math. And I'm going to ask really quick, because I've got two screens up. Are you seeing the slide with the cattle and the horse? My husband, Joe. Is that what you guys are seeing? Could one of you?
Not yet. Not yet, Barb. Yeah.
Okay. I thought I shared the screen. Share. There we go. Now have you got it? There you got it. Okay.
Yes.
You guys will have to pardon me. I don't get to make very many Zoom presentations as a cattle rancher. Cows just don't seem to enjoy that as much. There we go. Okay, so let's just move on to this. I'd like to introduce my family to you. On the left is our oldest daughter, Laura. She's an animal science student about to hopefully go to vet school. My husband and I both have animal science degrees, and our daughter on the right is at Texas Tech and now in EMT school, wishes to go to nursing school. So we have a strong background and love of science in our family. Together, my family and I and one full-time employee manage a full-time working cattle ranch in the Flint Hills of Kansas. We operate over about 8,000 acres. And like I said, it's a full-time job and then some for us. So I want to first address, sometimes, I know your kids will probably think of farmers and use the stereotype, a hayseed farmer. And I was looking for a picture, doing some research, putting together this presentation. This particular publication, Horde's Dairyman, is probably received by every dairy producer in the United States. So it's written for all levels. This is, here was the article, 11 Truths About Ovarian Cysts. Does that sound like a hayseed farmer? You know, certainly in my job, we're using science, technology, math skills all of the time. And if this was ever true, I don't think it was, it's certainly not true now. Use it every day, it's integral. So what do you see when you're looking at this picture right now? This is on our ranch. We're moving some cattle. You might just see grass and some cattle and a couple of horses. I see something so much more. That is an incredibly complex system working in concert. It's a symphony of instruments all playing together. I've got grasslands, I've got the soil microbiome, I've got insects, I've got wildlife, I've got cattle, I've got people, I've got everything. So are we cattle ranchers out here, or are we really ecosystem managers? I'd say we're both out here. And I'll put up a little blurb there to tell you a little bit more about what we do, but sustainability is at the core of everything that we in cattle ranchers do. And sustainability means everything. It doesn't only mean the ecosystem, it means the socioeconomic climate, political and cultural needs. It's everything. It's absolutely everything. So welcome to the tallgrass prairie ecosystem, everybody. The tallgrass prairie is an exceedingly rare and complex ecosystem. Only about 1% to 2% of it remains in the United States. Most of it is found right here where I live in the eastern third of Kansas. a little bit down into Oklahoma. It used to cover from Illinois, Iowa, a little bit of Indiana, up north to the Dakotas, down south to Texas, and somewhat into the eastern plains of Colorado. But it's a threatened ecosystem. It's rare and it decreases in scope every day. Current best estimates in Oklahoma is losing about 800 acres of rangeland per day, mostly to encroachment of woodlands, some development, but woodlands, excuse me, woodland encroachment is really the biggest single threat. This is a very specialized ecosystem. It developed under the influence of large grazing ruminants, moderate rainfall, periodic and seasonal and periodic historic droughts, and then, of course, fire, which was also mentioned earlier. And this, I'm going to show you a controlled burn that we conducted this last spring. This is part of keeping the tall grass prairie, You're going to see we started that fire down at the bottom. It sweeps up those hillsides. There's a lot of planning and execution that goes into this, but this is what helps keep grasslands, along with proper management, some mechanical control, the grazing, all of it. It's a multifaceted system that we employ to keep everything functioning as it should. Whoops. So what happens if we take fire and management out of it? I'm going to show you another short video. In the distance, you can see the fire. I'm going to put it in motion. What that is a neighbor's pasture. It's no longer a pasture. I would call it benign neglect, a lack of really even knowing. No cattle on it, no fire. It's grown up in cedars. They're about 25, 30 feet tall. There is very little, if any, grasslands underneath those cedars. And my daughter took this picture this spring. He asked us to set it on fire because he's realizing what's happened. If you look to the lower right-hand corner, you'll see those 25, 30-foot cedar trees, and then watch the flames. Just watch what is happening there, the height of those flames. You're seeing flames like you see, or unfortunately we're seeing out in the western US right now. They're wildfires, they're dangerous, they're destructive, and they no way resemble a controlled burn. Keeping these grasslands helps protect not only the ecosystem, but the people that live out in them. So what's it look like after we conduct one of these controlled burns? And in this picture, you can see why this tall grass prairie still exists in this part and was never plowed. You cannot plow it. And that is why it is. But again, remember, these grasses are beautifully adapted to fire. I'm going to show you the next picture is just a few days later. Look at that. These grasses, they store their root reserves below ground. They're ready to roll in the spring. They start growing. The cover is there. The root structure, of course, is there. And you have a green carpet. To the left there, you can see some of that we didn't burn. This is unburned. We try to keep a mosaic of everything for animals and all of that might like an undisturbed. We try to have all available for everything. We'll burn a particular pasture once every couple of years, leaving unburns in the same area. So you heard Cindy talk earlier about regenerative agriculture, and we're very much big believers in regenerative ag. We're cultivating a system that recognizes you need all parts of the system to build soil health, to build soil carbon, biodiversity, and all of that acts together to give us resiliency. In this first picture, you can see in the background there, that's a cornfield in August. The corn is making grain. It's going to be dormant by September, October, and the combines will come in. That machine that's running over it is a big air seeder. It's dropping some other seeds for crops that will grow over the fall and winter, that will improve the soil, that will provide a living root in the soil at all times, which is one of the tenets of regenerative agriculture. Flashback to talking about the fungi and the soil microbes that need something in the soil all year round. So we're taking care of them in addition to taking care of the surface of the soil and the animal, insects, and wildlife that depend on it. So here's the same field. I believe this is in October. We've got sprouts of turnips, radishes, cowpeas, rye, triticale, all sorts of varied and different species because you want a different mix for everything. And then this was a little experiment of mine this fall. I'm strip grazing, so controlling how much material they have. I'm finishing cattle on corn out in a cornfield. So they're taking, talk about, remember the liquid gold that Cindy called it, of manure and urine and all those nutrients that are cycling through that animal, coming out in the soil and feeding that. I would expose 1 day of feed for the animals with an electric fence, and every day move them to a fresh paddock. So no matter if you're talking about regenerative agriculture, if you're talking about a native tallgrass prairie ecosystem, you're talking about a system. That's the key word. You're talking about diversity, and that's facets above and below ground, whether they're plants, whether they're animals, insects, soil microbes, fungi, communication between plants, animals, and microbes. That happens both physically and chemically. It's just a fascinating, rich system. And that presents lots of career opportunities for your students that may not have a background in agriculture, may not have any practical experience, but there are lots of associated careers available to them. An agronomist, a microbiologist, we use soil scientists, range management specialists, an ecologist to bring it all together, ruminant nutritionists to make sure that our cattle with their current, what's available to them on the range, have all their needs met. And of course, the literal boots on the ground, the production specialists. In our case, we're the cowboys and the ranch managers. How does all of this happen? And I use this phrase every chance I get. It's the miracle of the rumen. And the word miracle is very deliberate to me. It's such a cool organ. It's another complex system of animals interacting with a diverse microbiome, and it lets a ruminant absolutely thrive on plant material diet that you and I would starve to death on. And what ruminants actually feed on are the products of microbial fermentation, the products of digestion of those microbes, along with the microbes themselves. And then a super cool thing that I think is really fun is that you can give a cow an inorganic source of nitrogen. It can be urea, like is what fertilizer you might put on your lawn if you're doing that. Give them a carbohydrate substrate, which is found in any grasses or grains or anything like that, and poof, the microbes make protein. And that is the fundamental building block, the microbiome in that rumen that works in concert with that cow to make high quality, complete proteins. Super, super cool. So this right there is my rumen support system. It's a cow and she's on corn stalks. And so that's the aftermath after a combine has been through. In concert with my ruminant nutritionist, I've added a little protein to her diet. She's not nursing a big calf. She is gestating right now. But out there on those corn stalks, that waste material that you and I can get no use of, that cow can meet her nutritional needs quite nicely. And that's because cattle, to me, are the ultimate upcyclers. And what do I mean by upcycling? I mean taking those things we talked about that you and I can't use and making something nutritious, I think delicious, and helping to feed the world. If we were in the same room together, I'd ask you what these pictures are, and I'd hope you'd yell them out. I'm going to have to answer them for you. That's a pile of distiller's grains. The aftermath that's left after you produce alcohol, whether it's for fuel, solvent usage, human usage, whatever. No good for us. Great cattle feed, very high protein. These are cotton seeds. So after you've ginned the cotton and taken the fiber on to make fabric and all of this, what's left behind, cotton seeds, another beautiful cattle feed. In the upper right, these are cows eating pomegranate waste after the seeds have been extracted. And just a little side fact here, the cattle feeding industry got started in California in the early 60s as a way to utilize all these fruit and vegetable aftermath. You think about a broccoli plant, there's a whole lot more to a broccoli plant than the broccoli head itself. Cattle can use those. These you all recognize leftover French fries, or for some reason they're not suitable. So those become beautiful starch cattle feed. And this last one my daughter made me put in, we have a bull customer that actually feeds this. There's an M&M Mars plant in Northeast Kansas. He's contracted to take their byproducts or their whatever is it suitable for shipping, and he feeds that as part of a complete mixed ration to his cattle. So again, career opportunities available. If you're going to feed this stuff, you better have a ruminant nutritionist working with you. A rumen, while it's a beautifully complex system, is exactly that. It's very complex. You need to know what you're doing when you're feeding unusual things to animals. I'm a feed mill that makes feed, bags feed, sends it out, ships it all over the country. That's an incredible engineering and technology opportunity. These feed yards that I mentioned that are feeding these cattle and using these distillers' dried grains and these co-products have their own feed mills on site, where you can be milling and having daily contact with animals in agriculture. Computer systems engineers, everything in these yards, large yards, are controlled by computers, whether it's the feed delivery system, the animal tracking systems, billing systems, all of that. Feed delivery, those truck drivers that take feed from a mill out to the cattle, veterinarians and vet techs taking care of the overall health and operations, animal health attendants, cowboys that ride pens every day in the yard, looking for any sick animals. They provide vaccinations and a preventative health program, risk management, if you've got some math kids that also love markets in economics, commodities trading. These all have commodity trading departments, construction and maintenance crews. If you just like working with your hands but want to be outside with animals. And then of course, management. These are multi-million-dollar businesses that require intense management. It's one of the things that I love about my job is I get to do absolutely everything and use every part of my brain and my education. So let's get into the stuff that I really love: biology, physiology, technology, and all kinds of cool stuff. We're going to look at it through bovine reproduction. And this is something I've done with kids before, and I guarantee you're going to get their attention. There's going to be lots of giggles. There's going to be a little embarrassment, but this is absolutely fascinating stuff. I have taken bovine semen frozen in my nitrogen tank into schools, and I've thought it out, put it under a microscope for kids and shown it to them. And what a launching pad for lots of discussions about biology, reproduction, and the sciences. That was a straw of semen laying on there, and you're seeing the semen sample under the scope now. And those semen, or those sperm cells, excuse me, have to navigate an entire cow's reproductive tract. So my veterinarian evaluates my bulls every year to see that they're producing good, healthy sperm. So what are some resources? Or you're thinking to yourself, how in the world am I going to get bull semen in my school? Well, I Googled bulls in my area. I came up with myself those little red dots down there. I know every single one of those folks, and I guarantee that they have semen in tanks on their farms. Give one of us a call. You can bring in a tank with liquid nitrogen. And here is my tank that's sitting out in my shop office right now. A couple pictures looking down into it. Liquid nitrogen, I think it's about 190 some below zero. That last picture is a physical straw of semen. That's what I'm going to bring to you in that tank. If you can't get someone like me, these bull studs that sell this stuff, ship it all over the United States all the time in vapor shippers. Right now, I've got semen in transit from Navasota, Texas on my way up here. Costs about $60 to $70 to ship it. They will donate semen that has become irrelevant for one reason or another, and you can have it in your classroom. A large animal vet would be a good resource. Land-grant universities with their beef or dairy extension specialists. So you get this semen on hand, what are you going to do with it? Well, like we showed you, you can evaluate motility, talk about that, and morphology, and just plain look at it and wonder in awe that these are living cells capable of creating brand new life. You can study the morphology. That's another thing my vet does when he's checking my bulls. He's looking for defects. Obviously, the higher number of defective sperm, the less the fertility. You can have all sorts of fun science experiments with it. Temperature, living cells like a specific range of temperature. Let's look at, perfect, a little bit high, a little bit low, and then look at the motility 10 or 15 minutes later. Studies of UV light. I mean, what a demonstration of how powerful UV light is on living things, be them bacteria or viruses or human skin cells or sperm cells. What a beautiful demonstration of hypotonic, hypertonic, and isotonic solutions. Add a little salt water, a little ringer solution, and a little bit of plain water. And then what the heck else? I have no idea. You guys are science teachers. You can come up with all sorts of cool things to do. So why am I sitting around with a tank of semen on my farm? Well, we use a lot of artificial insemination. These cows I'm showing you, they've just come out of the pen. This was a group of about 200 cows Those green stickers on their back are heat detection aids. They're like a lottery ticket. And that helps me find the ones that are in good standing estrus. I can breed all my cows at once, get them back out onto grass and feeding themselves. Career opportunities in this sort of field. An AI technician doesn't necessarily have to know anything about cows, handling them and been around. They need a good basic understanding of the science. They need a lot of skill in terms of how they handle and manipulate it, and they need a lot of attention to detail. A bull stud employee, where they collect and distribute semen. In the collections operations, in the laboratory area, there's tons of lab work that goes along with that. And in basic animal care, taking good care of those bulls is key to getting them to produce high quality semen. Bovine embryo transfer, we use this on our ranch, and in fact, we are setting up cows right now that will be flushed a week from Monday. So we're super ovulating donors, meaning we're causing them to release more than the usual 1, maybe 2 ovum at a time. We are breeding them with that semen that I told you is in transit. It's gender sorted male semen. I'm gonna breed those cows, and on about day 7, fertilized embryos will be flushed from those cows, analyzed, and in this case, frozen. And then we'll transfer them to about 80 recipient cows later this fall. We're hoping to get 40 to 45 calves, 90% or better of them will be bulls. Embryos, where else are you gonna get an opportunity to look at embryos? I mean, this is just, again, the whole awe aspect. This is the stage we're going for. I'm circling an early blastocyst. That collection of cells right there will become the embryo. The balance of this will become placenta, amniotic sac, the umbilical cord, all of that. That's the stage we're going for. If you Google embryo transfer sources near me, you'll come up with a bunch of them. And the really cool thing about embryos is they're much tougher than semen. You could put these things on ice and ship them. You know, you might want to maybe do next day air or expedited shipping, but you'll get, while they may not be very viable, they'd still look just like they are, and you can have them in your lab. I think one of the really super cool things, if you've got a dish of 5 or 6 embryos on a Petri dish on a lab bench, put a piece of white paper under that Petri dish, and you'll see them casting shadows. And at that point, once you know where they are, you can start picking them out with the naked eye. Just absolutely amazing. Of course, when you get the microscopes out, you can see all sorts of detail. You can talk about embryology. You can talk about, you know, the development that happens there. You can pick these things up with a pipette. That's exactly what they do in the lab, you know, when they're grading and sorting and loading them into straws. All sorts of just neat things that you can do. So now we're going to move on and talk about one of my favorite toys on the ranch. We have an ultrasound machine, and it is in a self-contained little tough carrying case as we're going out with cows and we're going out into the field. It has a power source. I don't have to have a plug-in anywhere. It's there is the transducer. That's what emits the ultrasonic waves and receives them back for translation into a picture. And there's me with the heads-up display on my head. Plugs right in there. I can be checking a cow's pregnancy status in literally the middle of nowhere. We like to plug it into a TV or broadcast it to a TV so everybody can see what's going on. We use it primarily for pregnancy diagnosis. In this first picture, I'm gonna show for you here. This is, you're seeing a lot of black and some white in there. That is, excuse me, I'm having trouble with my little tracer. The black areas like this, amniotic fluid. The darker areas, the real bright white areas, bone. This is about a 50 to 55 day pregnancy in here. This is the animal's head. The field of view is such so that we could determine the sex of this animal. So right here, you're seeing the cross section through a leg. Here's 1, 2, 3, and the 4th one's up here. And I'm getting participants instead of that 4th leg. This area is the umbilicus. Here you're seeing the tail. And this right here, these 2 streaks, those are gonadal tissue that is going to differentiate, in this case, into ovaries. And that is what makes this particular fetus a female. This is an older calf. And again, I told you bone shows up. It's most dense. It shows up bright white. I don't think you need any ability to see that I've got rib cage, a cross section of a rib cage right there. It's about a 90-day gestation calf. These are jaw bones in that head. You can imagine the neck there. And then here, this is from a couple of years ago, not a very good picture, but we're normally just trying to decide at this point, are they pregnant or are they open? These are twins. You can see one here real well. You can see another one right in here, not as well. It appears one amniotic sac, so identical twins. That was pretty cool. She did indeed deliver twins. My vet uses ultrasound for all sorts of other things too, looking at the inside of an animal in a non-invasive way. In this case, my embryo transfer veterinarian might be looking at the ovaries of a cow. This is an ovary. The dark areas are fluid-filled follicles. He knows this cow is cycling well. But let's get out of ultrasound and let's just go get us some ovaries for real. How cool would that be? These are functioning ovaries right now. You can see the fluid-filled blisters of a follicular wave developing. Where do you get these? Well, heck, a local locker plant. If you can't find one, Googling it, call your county or your state extension office, see if you can find one. Again, they can be shipped. This wouldn't take up much. But I'd say if you live somewhere close, I wouldn't limit myself to ovaries. You could get an entire reproductive tract. You could get a heart. You could look at eyes. I think these are real valuable opportunities to get kids excited and seeing the real thing. So career opportunities for your kiddos. A reproductive physiologist, obviously. These are PhD level folks that are helping and advising. Veterinarian or vet tech again. An embryo transfer firm employee these firms have lots of employees, but working both in collections, again in lab tech, there's a lot of lab work to be done. Field service, when we transfer these embryos, we're out in the country, in large groups of cows. And then of course, animal care again, taking care of donor cows, calves, and all of that. And then one more thing with ultrasound, this is a non-invasive look. This is our youngest daughter, Anna, a couple of years ago, and we're using it to evaluate carcass characteristics and breeding stock. This is information we send to our breed associations so that we can make better predictions about the breeding value of animals. And you can see some pictures there. I think I need to probably keep moving. How about some chemistry? There's chemistry opportunities. We're taking forage samples here. And then here is a forage sample result on a different kind of hay, but the same sort of thing. I think one cool thing that you could do here is I'm looking at, Emily, you're kind of right, technical, but anyway, one of the easiest ways to visualize two equations, two unknowns, we're balancing for protein all the time. I'll take our higher protein hay like alfalfa, mix it with a lower quality hay like this and try to get a protein level that's about 13%, a real hands-on, real life math lesson. Silage is chemistry in action. Silage is a whole grain plant chopped up, put in an anaerobic environment, allowed to anaerobically ferment with the predominant acid being lactic acid production that stops all then microbial activity. This is how we make silage. That's a giant plastic bag that silage is packed into. We can feed it out. Within the feeding industry, this is a giant drive-over silo. They pack it with big tractors, cover it with plastic sheeting and tires. And if you're at a large feedlot, large dairy, this is the kind of silage we put up there. And then let's talk about a couple of other unexpected technologies. I think you'll recognize those are hair follicles on that card. We use genomics in our operation. Every single seed stock animal that we sell has a full genomic profile. We take 50 to 1,000 SNP chips, analyze them. That has been correlated with experiments and research to physical phenotypic characteristics. We're looking at everything from the weight they might be at weaning, how easily are they born, how much marbling might they put down, and making predictions with that information. There's opportunities here, geneticists, IT folks. This is incredibly data and technology intensive. Lab techs in these folks, or in these fields. And we're still not done. I want you to look at this picture, same picture of the cows where I've circled in red. Those are RFID, radio frequency ID tags. Think about your car as you're driving through a toll booth. I'm setting up a toll booth here, reading these tags. And why would I want to do this? Because we have 550 cows on the ranch. If I'm moving a group of 300 cows and there are 300 calves through a gate, there is no way to count them. There's not even any way to accurately count them, but there's certainly no way to know if I've got 3 of them missing, who those 3 are and where I might start looking for them and who I know is missing. So we are still researching this. The technology ain't perfect. I'm not getting read rates like I'd want to, so we're still developing it. This is me bringing those cows through there and logging them into the system. So as I leave you, I think I went just a little bit over my time. I'm going to leave you on a beautiful shot of the Flint Hills here. This is my office. Again, I get to do amazing things with my science education and my background every day in an environment of being outside with my family, working with animals all the time. And kudos to you all for teaching my favorite subject. You know, good teaching, it's so much more than understanding and knowledge. It's a science and an art, as most things are. And the art part, I'm not sure you can adequately teach. So kudos to all of you for doing this. And I would say this is what it's all about. It's about lighting the fire in those students. And I hope I have given you some tools by which you can light the fire in some kids sitting in your class. So at this point, I will, if they'll take the screen away from me, I'd be delighted to take any questions.
Thank you so much, Barb. It was just wonderful to hear about your passion about what you do. And thanks for sharing how you see science in your everyday world out there. So we really appreciate your time. We'll go ahead and answer the 3 questions in the Q&A. So the first question from Reed, how many acres per cow in your region?
For a year-round, so providing their winter feed needs in addition to their summer feed needs, you plan on 8 to 10 acres for a cow-calf pair. So that is what we allot.
Great, thanks. Next question from Mindy. We have a relatively small plot of land, about 20 acres. It sounds like the best action would be a day or week rotation. We also supplement brewers' grains.
Yeah. Rotational grazing, the smaller the acreage, the almost easier it is to do. We do rotational grazing out there. We're somewhere between that 4 and 16 that Doc talked about in terms of paddocks. This particular one you're looking at on my screen right now has 9 paddocks. It's a very large pasture. That's 3,000 acres right there with 9 paddocks in it. We are investigating some of those EQIP and NRCS opportunities to provide more cross fencing. In addition, we're looking at modifying some animal behavior, kind of rekindling a real tight herd instinct and parking them there. We're exploring that, which is a pretty cool idea too. But there are practitioners of grazing management that move cows 2 and 3 times a day. And the smaller you make your paddocks, the more intensely you can and beautifully you can manage it.
Thanks, Barb. And our last question comes from Dawn. Why do you want so many bulls?
Because that's the product that I sell. I sell breeding stock. 1 bull can take care of between 25 and 35 cows. My product for sale is breeding stock, and the bulls are the valuable ones. I know, only need so many cows to replace cows in my herd every year. So the selection pressure is on bulls.
Wonderful. Thanks again, Barb. At this point, we will now answer another Mentimeter question and have a little break. So
sounds good.
All right. Man, I am so thankful for our guest speakers today, our panelists. Thank you so much for coming on board today and sharing with our attendees just your wealth of knowledge. It is really greatly appreciated. And hopefully from the attendee lens, we've gained a lot of content and core ideas that we can start to weave into our instruction. So on the screen, you see the blob tree. I love to use the blob tree when I'm in instructional coaching opportunities to just kind of get a feel where we are. And if you look at the tree, you can tell this is not uncommon. We're kind of all over the board. We're from top to bottom, all different parts on the tree for all various reasons. So as we continue to work toward the idea of three-dimensional instruction or assessment, it's important to know that it's so multifaceted. There are so many different parts to it, and it really is a conceptual shift. And no matter where you are on that tree, it's completely okay to just sometimes jump in and give it a try. And that's what we intend to do in this last part here. So you can see we have people from the top way up there on 20. We've got some NGSS or framework experts, which is excellent. A lot of people right in the middle, some folks who are maybe helping at their district level. I hope to be able to provide you now with just a little bit of an exercise to help us bring some of this together for creation. So I'll go back to sharing my screen. Make sure I've got all of this set up. Here we go. Okay, so look back. We were taking a peek at different phenomena, and we left off looking at several. So we looked at invasive species, we looked at songbirds, we looked at ecosystem dynamics, all from different lenses, elementary on to high school. We heard from our guest speakers about how these play out and how they're studied. I don't know about you, but my ears were ringing as I was hearing them talking about cross-cutting concepts like patterns and systems and models, as well as the practices they use to make sense of the natural world. So that's just exactly what we want our students to be able to do, is to lead and apply science. So we're going to jump into a little bit of how do we build questions to engage students with these phenomena. So this is a little bit of a crowdsource activity we're going to do next. As I said before, we're ourselves as a foundation just inching into this work. We're just starting out and starting to define what can we provide for the field that would be helpful. One of those things that I had mentioned was a task library. We're going to dig into our next steps. So when you remember our steps 1 and 2, we defined what we will assess, and we crafted a learning claim, or we evaluated and looked at learning claims. We brainstormed possible phenomena and scenarios. And again, full disclaimer, I know people come at this in different lenses, but we will oftentimes switch step 2 and step 1 in kind of a circular fashion or iterative fashion. In the next step, we are going to jump into steps 3 and 4 of this process. So we're going to use some task formats to build questions that engage students with the scenario. That's a lot of big fancy language. And when I first looked at that, I thought, oh my goodness, I have no idea what a task format is. And so I stumbled quite a bit out of the gates, just full transparency. But what I found was jumping into this process of just giving it a try is, I'm a big believer in learning from doing. So we're going to jump into some of this. I'll give some guidance. I'll give some examples. And then we're going to do a little exercise to do just that, to build questions. And then we're going to also build some possible student responses to those questions using our example phenomena that we looked at earlier. So the Stanford example that we have here, I just wanted to point that back out. We're going to start at this and look. We have here our scenario or our claim, or I'm sorry, our scenario and our phenomena of how can we get this oil. We're trying to get our students to think, how can we get oil out of this habitat and out of this ecosystem? Dr. Warner, the scientist, uses magnets then to approach that. So when we look at this scenario, this performance assessment is really looking at these 2 performance expectations. And so when we read the standards, we're looking at performance expectations on the top. These are the things that students should be able to do by the end of the grade band. Ask questions to determine cause and effect relationships of electric or magnetic interactions between 2 objects not in contact with one another. So think about that phenomena again. This is actually a video if you've got access to the materials. So they actually show the video of this doctor pulling oil with magnets with some iron in the water here in the oil. So we're really getting the students to start thinking about that, about these DCIs. How do we make sense of things like magnetic forces using this observation? The types of questions students would have to come up with in order to do that would have to relate back to these specific things. But now you as an educator or a developer have to kind of set the stage, and especially in assessments and tasks. So when you look further down that task, there are several prompts. Here's just the second. I think there's a series of 4 or 5. I don't remember off the top of my head. But because the questions are constrained to removing all the oil with magnets, students must, 1, use an understanding of the properties of magnets. For example, that magnetic forces between objects depend on properties of those objects and distance, to make sense of that scenario and what would provide relevant information. So number 2, they must understand what makes a good and relevant research question. If you look at what the prompt is here, write a research question that you could investigate to decide how he can use magnets to collect more oil. So we're getting at some of our practices there, our cross-cutting concepts. Number 3, be able to articulate their reasoning. So here we really start to dive deeper into those practices in service of making sense of that phenomena. This question requires the students to sense make. If you were on Tuesday's call, we did a little bit deeper dive into sense making, but it's really putting those 3 areas of 3-dimensional learning together to make sense of that phenomena. So when we look at that, we see all of those parts kind of showing up in this particular prompt. So, and you consider what I had shown before, when we think about the standard itself or the performance expectation, part of the 3-5 grade band science and engineering practices, asking questions and defining problems, ask questions that can be investigated. We see that show up here. And that's what we're getting at when we say, how do we set the stage for 3-dimensional learning? We need to be very deliberate about the questions that we ask. So we've got a couple of resources that we think are going to help as you put this together. They're both from STEM teaching tools. There are STEM teaching tools number 29 and 30. And we're going to jump into that using these format tasks. We're going to look at how this plays out when we look at the task itself. And I'll give you a more tangible example in just a moment when I switch my screen over. But the first part of our question is to really call out what part of the scenario is being presented to the students. There are various ways you can do that. And all of these formats in this handy tool, which you can find on the dashboard, are laid out for you based on all 8 SEPs. So we're going to focus specifically on practices in this particular exercise here. And we're going to then, these are the questions we want to ask students to formulate a scientific question relevant to investigating that phenomena. Our charge, our task is to be, well, what is that question? What question can we ask or prompt them to become a task that would get at this relevant investigation of the phenomena? So let's see here. I'm going to switch over to the dashboard and walk you through where this assignment lives. As you look down at the dashboard, I've separated this into 3 columns. So if you're an elementary teacher and you're interested in taking a peek at the how can cattle improve an ecosystem scenario and want to use that as your study to these questions, then click on the link and follow it to this worksheet. I've included directions on the first page of the worksheet in this Google spreadsheet. And the 2 tools that I was talking about earlier are on this page as well. So the first one is steps to designing a 3-dimensional assessment. On this particular instance, you will see all the steps that I've talked about with some definition behind it. There's an example for each step. So here we're looking at our framework text. That's your NGSS or framework related content standards, or your disciplinary core ideas, SEPs, those types of things. So in this particular example, they start by putting together all of these concepts and to form a claim over here on the right that is built upon all 3 of those things, all 3 of those 3-dimensional elements. So from the claim, as I shared before, we brainstorm a possible scenario. And in this particular instance, we're looking at this scenario here on the right, if you're following along. Each grade band, regardless of which one you're on, is going to have this same tool for it. And now jumping down to tasks 3 and 4, this is where we're going to live and where we're going to start. We're going to look at our possible scenarios, which we've identified, either the ecosystem restoration, the carrying capacity of songbirds at the high school level, or how plants and animals kind of interact with one another on an ecosystem, the invasive species task. On the right, we see questions using the task format. And this is where I really stumbled at first, because when I was looking at this, I don't understand. How did they come up with these questions? Like, how did they know how to stem these? So I'm going to jump over to the other tool now, because I think that's an important part to play out. When you look at each of these parts, here's that diagram I showed you before. Each section is a different science and engineering practice. Reading the chart from left to right, you have the format number here. And the format really relates to how are you presenting the students with the scenario. You can see that each format is slightly different. They're a little bit nuanced and a little bit more complex as you go down the document. In here, we have phenomena using text, images, video, and or data then. In here, we start to change with 2 different questions. So we have a stem here of ask students to select from a list of questions to identify which ones can be investigated. And again, what you would have to do as a developer is to think about, how do I create that list of questions? What types of questions are going to be the ones that drive students to use all 3 dimensions in service of that scenario? Not every format works with every scenario. Not every single dimension will always fit in every single question stem. But having 2 to 3 dimensions, I mean, ideally 3, but 2 or 3 dimensions is really is where we want to try to get to. So how do we set up, in this particular instance, our science and engineering practice to get at the disciplinary core idea? I'm going to bounce back again one more time to kind of show what this looks like. So over here we see again the analyzing and interpreting data. Scientists look at the data from rocks and conclude that the Ozarks are much older than the mountains of the coastal range mountains. So the questions then, how do we get students to explore that, is what evidence supports their conclusion? We're using various parts of the engineering practices now within this question to set this stage for sense making. And those questions, as you revise them, iterate them, change them, review them, those are the questions that become the prompts of those assessment tasks. So when we think back to the Stanford example, that task itself had, I believe, 4 or 5 prompts developed in a similar fashion. Step 4 then is to consider what are the hypothetical student responses. As you can imagine, in this style of learning, when you think about shifting the concept, the paradigm shift from teaching to learning, or from telling about to figuring out, we have to be mindful of what types of students, what type of questions students might answer, or how they might answer them. What are their responses? Now, certainly we can't predict all of them, and that's part of the art of teaching that you heard Barb talk about. We can't predict all of them, but we can come somewhat prepared. And when we come somewhat prepared, that sets us up for 2 things. Number 1, in the moment facilitation pivots, the word of choice for 2020. And as well, how do we use those hypothetical student responses to set up scoring guidance? Now, we're not going to get into that in this workshop. That could be a whole workshop all unto itself. But that can help set that up. And the one last thing I'll say before we jump into the actual task at hand is also to consider, as we did from the very, very start, what is the relevancy to your students? What are their backgrounds, their cultural experiences? What are their experiences with food and agriculture? How might that change their responses? Being always aware of that is important as you start to set this part up. So as we move further through this, I did also include one other link that might be useful. This is a chart from NSTA, and it shows all of the science and engineering practices across grade bands. So if you're reading from left to right, this box shows the expectation of that practice by the end of this grade band. And so when you consider, let's just take the 3-5 here, ask questions about what would happen if a variable is changed. Okay, so that's our expectation in grade 3. When you look across to the expectation by the end of 8th grade, here's the one that I think, all of these kind of relate to the asking questions part, but speaking of variables, you can see the complexity and the progression of learning. We're going from just making observations or asking questions about to now determining relationships between those variables. So in grades 3 through 5, that concept of variables in and of itself is the expectation. Can we get that, that progression from 3rd grade on to understand that changing those things can change outcomes? And how do we account for variables in our design? So as we move that across the spectrum, then you can see that the complexity of the questions would likely have to also meet this level of expectation. So here's the actual task. On the phenomena scenario page, I've listed out the core ideas, the SEPs, CCCs, and the performance expectation that built this scenario for your reference. Now, if you're like, you know what, I don't know if I'm ready to jump into questions just yet, maybe you're more interested in providing some brainstorm around other candidate scenarios. Maybe you look at this and you say, you know what, I've got a better way of setting that up. We are all ears. This is an open source, like I said before, brainstorm. So wherever you want to live, that's totally fine. Or if you want to even give a crack at writing other potential learning claims, that's fine. I wanted to provide space for wherever you wanted to engage with this. And then over here on these pages that follow, as I said before, each sheet matches one of these sections. So defining problems is the second section of the sheet, and defining problems is the second section of the workbook. See if you can give a try to writing questions that you think would drive toward student understanding. And remember, if this is the first time you've done this, it's totally okay. It's good to just sometimes jump in and give yourself time to practice this and give it a try. I think what I'm hoping to see is, one, we've got a lot of information from our guest speakers. We have candidate scenarios and candidate phenomena. And B, we have people from all across the spectrum in terms of NGSS understanding. So we're really kind of, we've got enough power in just our knowledge here in the room that we should be able to put some really good stuff together. Feel free to riff off of one another, add other questions, add the hypothetical student responses if you would like to someone else's questions, that's totally fine. Normally we would do this in breakout rooms, as I said before. I apologize, we set this up as a webinar just so that we could, we were anticipating some pretty high numbers today. So feel free to jump in, go back to the dashboard one more time. If you wanted to go to the middle school one, it's here. Cattle grazing can reduce the populations of invasive species. The setup is exactly the same, and same with the high school. Okay, so I'm gonna go on mute. I'm gonna let you dig into those resources and give this a try, and we'll come back together at 1:50 in 20 minutes, a little over 20 minutes. And we will take a look at some of those questions and just start to see kind of where our thinking is going and how those questions might start to shape the development of a task. I'll be available for question and answer off camera or off mic. If you want to throw questions into the Q&A, I'll be happy to answer them the best I can. I'm going to try my own hand at writing some of these questions too, as will hopefully our team jump into some of that too. So, okay, we'll be back in 20 minutes at 1:50 Central Time. Excellent. Thank you so much. Oh man, I'm looking, we've got a lot of really great thoughts going between each of the boards. These are available to you through that dashboard, which if you would like to make a copy of that, it's as simple as going to File, Make a Copy, or make a copy of any of these if these are things that you are interested in potentially taking further. We know we certainly are. I'm loving just the different questions that we're coming up with as we start to look at how do we put those practices, those engineering practices, toward making sense. So, you know, things are popping up, keywords like cause and effect. The different relationships are on display, I'm seeing in some of these questions as well. And so what this all distills down to now in the next step of the process is to really start looking at how do we start aligning these in a sequence that's coherent to students so that we can make sense of that original phenomena. So from this activity comes these types of questions. This is that oil spill example once again, where we start to set up a series of prompts for students to engage with, to make their thinking visible, to explain, to engage in argumentation, all the different practices and cross-cutting concepts in service of making sense of the DCI. And that's exactly what we intend to continue doing with this, and hopefully you found that exercise useful. It takes a while to get the hang of it. Trust me, we're still learning, and we still get guidance from experts around the field as well. But we are very passionate, as I've said a number of times, that agriculture is a great context to show up in this science space. So as we look at translating all of these questions and thoughts and hypothetical student responses, it's important to note that it's an ongoing process. It's iterative. And in fact, when you look at the final step, it's share, review, and revise. And I will share from our own, in full transparency, many of the materials that we have created at the foundation. We have gone through a number of iterations from start to finish, time and time again, with wonderful teacher writers who have joined us on the journey and made all of this possible. So as we drive toward the fall and we start to wrap some stuff up here for today and conclude our time together, be on the lookout for the AFBFA task library, which will be coming during the school year 2021-2022. We will certainly announce to you through email, when some of those tasks start to show up on our site so that you're the first to know. And they're out there for you to pick up, whether you're in the middle school setting, elementary, or high school. I'd also like to encourage you to swing by the On the Farm STEM website as well. Under resources, we do have 2 fully built out storyline style units. One is on genetics and heredity for the high school level, and the other is ecosystem dynamics and interactions for middle school. In fact, the middle school one is pretty in line with some of the stuff that Angela had to talk about today. It's about how do cattle symbiotically live with prairie chickens to ensure that they can fulfill their life cycle. So it's kind of a neat study for students. When you click on those, you can get access to those full storyline style units if you would like. But I do want to take a moment to highlight a couple of our other resources that might be of interest to you. Let me just grab, there we go. One of which is called Purple Plow. So we have 2 other resources. Purpleplow.org is our STEM challenge site. It is a fully functional STEM challenge that we run twice a year. It's a competition, so students can submit for prizes. Last year we awarded 3D printers. And My American Farm is an online learning game. So in the world of remote learning and digital learning, we think it's a great platform to engage students with agricultural literacy. Just a quick glimpse of Purple Plow and kind of how that works. They are STEM based, so I wouldn't go so far as saying that they are, they're fully aligned with NGSS, but we are still tweaking some of the lessons to bring them forward in the true 3-dimensional style. But I do believe STEM is a great way to approach
It is estimated
education.
that there will be nearly 10 billion people on Earth by 2050. That's 3 billion more mouths to feed than there currently are today, which means more food will need to be raised and grown to meet the food demands of a growing population. People around the world consume beef, in particular in the United States. Beef has 10 essential nutrients, such as protein and iron. Every day, cattle ranching families are trying to raise a healthy and safe product, while at the same time maintaining a profitable business and being stewards of natural resources like water and soil. How can we, as cattle ranchers, raise beef cows in a way that balances production, economic, environmental, and social needs? How will you construct a model of a cattle ranch that addresses these concerns? Here's a way to start. Get a team together and start brainstorming ways to produce more beef while taking care of the land and environment. Research beef cattle health, land and environmental management, beef cattle nutrition, and costs of production. Finally, produce and share a presentation that communicates your solution and knowledge gained. We can't wait to see what you come up with. Share progress and results on social media by tagging @ThePurplePlow.
So I wanted to share that, just a quick glimpse of Purple Plow. There are several challenges and puzzlers. Puzzlers are more along the lines of your project-based learning. They're kind of like standalone projects that you could do, great for a maker space, great for an after-school club. The STEM challenges are wonderful for those STEM labs. It really does follow the engineering design process, and they have been built around that to easily transition into STEM classrooms. Now, I shared the animal livestock or cattle ranching versions, but there are multiple avenues of agriculture on Purple Plow beyond just cattle ranching. So I encourage you to check that out. One last resource share. We do have 2 e-learning courses about this. One that would specifically talk to today would be how culture, or creating culture that makes it work. How do we facilitate those great discussions in our classroom? How do we set up the norms so our classroom can have this type of facilitation ongoing at all times? And then the other is about how to go through storylines. We understand that this shift into this type of teaching and learning and facilitation is a big one. So please check those out. They are available online at onthefarmstem.com under resources. We'll post that in the chat. There's also on the dashboard. And for added bonus, if you're looking for more CEU credits, you can take both of these courses for 2 CEU credits. And how that works is like this. We will run a report every quarter. So January, February, March, we'd run it in March, kind of thing. Let's see, I think the next one will be in the end of September. And we will track email addresses. If we see that you've completed the course, we'll send you your 2 CEU certificate from Cornell University. But it's not an immediate retrieval of that CEU certificate, just so you're all aware. So it is something that you would have to kind of wait until we run those reports. And I saw Jennifer's, if you do have trouble with any of the e-learning courses of security, I mean, it's hard to know which end that could be coming from, but we would be happy to support you. So please, that kind of brings me to our final slides here. And I'll come back on camera to say goodbye. Please feel free to email me at stemdirector@fb.org. I'd be happy to help you and assist. If it's something like Jennifer's running into a little bit of a tech challenge there, we'd be happy to try to assist. We'll get our webmaster on that to get you access. But if you have any other questions about anchoring phenomena, 3D instruction, assessments, anything of that nature, or what AFBFA can provide for your classroom, please don't hesitate to reach out. We love to support our teachers, and we are passionate about this mission. So I thank you very much today. I had a great time listening to our guest speakers, had a wonderful time seeing so much expertise on display, from our speakers to the teachers who are attending in the activities. I hope you took something valuable from today, and we hope to see you next time when we get all set up. We will post a survey in the chat, and we will also update the dashboard with the survey link, and we'll email it to you. So one way or the other, we'll make sure we get that to you, but we are going to post that. Emily should post that here momentarily into the chat for you. We do appreciate your feedback. Oh, you know what? I almost forgot. There is a second question on the survey. We really would love to get your feedback when these tasks go live. We appreciate that it's an iterative process. So if you are interested in piloting those or just giving us feedback, your classroom experience, there's a little toggle you can check yes or no. We wouldn't be offended if you said no, but we would love to gain your feedback if you use any of our materials. So that just was saying, if that's okay with you, we would reach out and contact you. But if not, no worries. So again, thank you so much from all of us here at the foundation. I hope you have a great rest of your day, a good weekend, and we will see you next time. Thank you.